you hear what I said?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute to start. Take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 o'clock having arrived, I would call this meeting to order. We'll be joined by Mr. Johnston a bit later, and we're going to proceed. I would like to, before we even call the roll and establish a quorum, I'd like to suggest we perform a duty, which is to swear in our colleague, Mr. Richard Bruce Collins, who was not able to make the first meeting, and he has asked that I do the duty, and so, Mr. Grindstaff, if you will make sure I do it correctly. If you would stand, please, Mr. Bruce Collins. Would you repeat after me this oath of office and raise your right hand? I, Richard Bruce Collins,
I, Richard Bruce Collins,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, if you could, Mr. Bruce Collins, if you could sign these two copies here of the oath, that will complete the swearing in. Let's make sure he gets signed so we can add him here on the first official roll call of our second meeting. Is he official? He is official. Oh, I got to sign. Okay. All right. Thank you. At our first meeting, Supervisor Natoli started an interesting process on calling rolls, which we fell into for the meeting. I'd like to recommend it as a good process, which is when we call for the roll, we start kind of at the end of the table, and the member says their name and how they vote, which is a good way to record the action taken, if that's acceptable to you. So, would we please call the roll and start from this direction? Who's going to call the roll? Mr. Rogers. For Mr. Natoli.
Okay, Don Natoli, present.
Phil Eisenberg, present.
Gloria Gray, present.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Randy Fiorini, present.
Bruce Collins, present.
Mr. Bruce Collins, there's a little button you can barely see up at the shaft. When it's red, you're on, and any secret thing you whisper to Mr. Nordhoff will be instantly known.
We have no secret.
Okay.
Hank Nordhoff, present.
Okay, quorum having been established, thank you very much. By the way, members, Ms. Rogers, who is standing there, is the poor, beleaguered person given the duty of assembling all the material for all of our meetings. And her job is perhaps most difficult in the operation because she has to convince all of the senior staff to submit the documents to her in time to assemble them when they insist on rewriting them until 13 seconds before the meeting starts. She is much abused in the process, but extraordinarily important. So if you have questions on agenda material, that's really the place to start, and she has vast experience in this field. Now, the agenda today and tomorrow covers a lot of business, but let me just make a couple of opening notes. Mr. Grindstaff is going to go next to a discussion of Delta briefing, or what I've kind of called Delta 1 or Delta 101, kind of the basic stuff. And it's an attempt to put all of the things and all of the details we're trying to run together into some kind of context. It's really too easy in this business to get lost immediately into details and to fall into fights that have been long-standing and forget that we have to refer back to some contextual information. So that's the first part of this, and it's designed to be interactive, and you'll hear from Mr. Grindstaff, and I would also encourage you to ask questions at points during this presentation. The second the second item today, probably right after lunch, could be earlier if we finish with the presentation, is to start the conversation and deal with the staff recommendations on the consulting contracts, which is the essential step to do our duty on the Delta plan. Then I'll tell you the brief letters and so on, a verbal report. Mr. Grindstaff has his report, and then hopefully by this afternoon, not too later, we'll do the administrative items, including the adoption of the proposed council rules, any way you want to amend them. And if you choose to do a vice chair, we would try to elect a vice chair at that time too. If we're really good, we might also hear for the conflict of interest rulemaking stuff. Mr. Stevens advises me that it takes anywhere between 30 seconds and 30 hours, depending on the time available, but the message will be delivered and we'll proceed accordingly. It's a lot of work to do, and I appreciate your tolerance for this and the tolerance for the fact that both Mr. Natoli and I are on call. I am on call to go to the Senate Budget Committee as soon as our staff watching that reports that they want to haul me out to talk about our budget. Supervisor Natoli is chair of the Delta Protection Commission, and he is on call sort of, maybe kind of, for the same thing in the same hearing. And we were in the Assembly yesterday doing our duty in that. So my apologies to you if I have to leave. So Mr. Grindstaff, will you please introduce this segment of the program?
I'll be glad to, and I really, before we start, want to encourage people to discuss this. I guarantee it's better to have a longer discussion about this and 30 seconds about conflict of interest than the other way around. So first up, what we're going to do is ask some different staff members to kind of do a background briefing. Feel free to interrupt them and ask clarifying questions or tell them you think they're absolutely wrong. Feel free to do any of that. And with that, Keith Coolidge, who's our interim chief deputy.
Mr. Coolidge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members, and Joe. The assignment this morning, as I understood it, was to give you some background on the Delta, but to do it in a way that would provoke discussion, conversation among the members, and as Joe said, feel free to interrupt at any time. If you think I'm absolutely wrong, please say that. We'll treat this as a staff meeting. I'm used to that. But this is, we were going to do this as Delta 101 and realized that for the sake of the teacher, we really wanted to dumb it down to a Delta 1 course. We're going to talk about California water supply and demand issues. We'll talk about the context of water rights, how we move water around the state, where it goes. We'll talk about the Delta as an ever-changing hub. We're going to focus on science in the Delta. What have we learned? What do we know we know? What do we know that we don't know? And what don't we know that we need to know? And then we'll talk a little bit about actions have consequences. This is when you do one thing, other things happen. And we'll end with both a look again at the comprehensive package as well as the council's role in the development of the Delta plan and what that means. So California's water supply and demand, behind you, conveniently located absolutely behind you where you can't see, is the slide presentation.
We will solve that problem before the next meeting somehow, so we can see something in front of us without totally blocking the audience.
But this is the chart of California's precipitation, and it is, when I first got involved in California water, it was described to me as a problem of a bald-headed man with a full beard. We had great production and very poor distribution.
Member Fiorini wishes to take exception to the description.
Find another
Don't grow a beard, sir. But really, the most California's precipitation falls in the north and along the eastern Sierra. People tend to want to live along the coast and congregate in Southern California. So we do have that balance of a lot of precipitation falling where the people don't live and vice versa. And it's set up from very early time the challenge of getting water to the people instead of moving people to the water. California's history also has been one of prolonged droughts as well as flood periods. We've done a lot of science has been done on tree ring studies. They can go back and, depending on how fat and how thin individual rings are, which show the years that a tree has lived, you can tell whether it was a wet or dry period. And this state has gone through some tremendously long dry periods. Now, granted, those were a long, long time ago, between 892 and 1112, a 220-year dry period. And our longest wet period was just under 100 years, which came right out of that longest dry period. But in general, the takeaway here is that while we have great variability and we have lots of dry spells and several wet ones, we have more dry spells than wet ones. And in general, the dry spells tend to last longer than the wet periods. So the lesson for precipitation variability is that prolonged dry spells of the past can and will happen in the future. Behind you is a picture of Shasta Reservoir. On the left, it's in 1995. On the right, it's in 2008. And today, it actually looks a lot like it did in 1995. We're about 10 feet from the top. So that at least has caught up. And Shasta is primarily fed by precipitation by rain and not by snowmelt. So that fills up much earlier than other reservoirs in the state. This chart came from an earlier version of the California Water Plan, and it is intended to illustrate not my investment plan, although as you look at the ups and downs, the trend line at least is slightly to the uptick. But over time, California's precipitation has been up and down and up and down, and this little trend line ever so slowly inches slightly upward, but not enough to give anyone a comfort that there's a lot of water on the way.
What percent of all the rain in the state comes from precipitation, roughly? 97%.
97%.
Just to let you know, that just in quantity, when we saw this chart before, we asked Water Resources, and in general, rain and snow, which is the composition of precipitation, is the vast proportion of water that comes in. Doesn't mean it's the same proportion of used water or usable water.
And what we'll get into is a little discussion, too, that while the majority of water falls as rainfall and precipitation, it is harder to store that. And the snowpack, which is a smaller amount but released more slowly generally as spring comes and the snow melts, is easier to capture. The Sierra act as sort of a natural reservoir because precipitation is coming at the very same time that you're trying to make sure that you have a lot of room for flood capture in your reservoirs.
This chart also ends at, what, 2004, so it hasn't been updated?
It will be by the next one.
Right.
In fact, I think they have a new chart that goes through 2008 in the just released water plan update.
I want to add a point here that the last 50 years have actually been wetter than normal. So in spite of all our challenges, over the last 50 years in the state, we've had more precipitation and more water than if you look at a much longer history you would expect to have.
And that's why
That would be
everybody's
on
happy.
average. That would be on average. It looks like the fluctuations are even more pronounced.
That's exactly right. So the fluctuations are more pronounced, but on average, we've had slightly more than we would over a longer term if you took a 200 or 300 year average. So as Keith mentioned, that line going up might look like it means something, but in fact, it could mean probably means absolutely nothing. And next year or the next 50 years could be back down to where the average is, or it could be one of those very dry periods.
Keith, do we know the mix between snow and rain in terms of sources of water?
We do. I don't have a chart to illustrate that, but 97% of the precipitation in the state is rainfall, not snow, or coming in from other sources.
I just wanted to piggyback on Hank's comment. I think from a water operations standpoint, the fluctuations, the higher highs, the lower lows, are really the operational challenge for our water supply. And whether there's an uptick on average of a little more water, I don't think that really is all that important. But it's the peak flows and the low lows that present the biggest challenge.
The next chart here, and I apologize, the print is actually pretty darn small here, but we're looking at 3 different years. The first is 1998, which was a very wet year, almost 170, a little more than 170% of normal precipitation. The second is the year 2000, which was just about a normal 100% year. And then the final one, 2001, was 70% of average precipitation. So it was classified as a dry year. And you're looking at, in that wet year of 1998, 329, almost 330 million acre-feet of water entered the state, either as precipitation or river flow like the Colorado River, but mostly that is precipitation. It was an awful lot of water. You're seeing inflow from Oregon and inflow from the Colorado River is about only 7 million acre-feet of that 330 million acre-feet. In a normal year, it dropped all the way to 187 million acre-feet, and in that dry year of 2001, it was down to 139 million acre-feet. But that is still a vast amount of water that comes into the state every single year. The point to this chart is to look at an overview of where that goes, and then we'll look specifically in the next chart at how it's used both for urban uses and agriculture as well as environmental uses. But when you look at this chart, and even I'm having a hard time seeing that, you're looking at where it goes and how it's balanced.
Maybe just explain, so what the arrows are going up in the air and what all that means, so.
Oh, the little graphic on the bottom is the hydrologic cycle, which takes us back to there is no new water created from time immemorial. Water evaporates out of the oceans, it goes up into the clouds, it falls as precipitation, and eventually percolates either down in a river or a stream, back to the ocean or into an underground aquifer. But the same amount of water, the same water molecules have been changing form throughout the water cycle for time immemorial.
Mr. Norda?
Sir, could you speak to your microphone, sir? We are recording this, so when you wander off microphone, we can lose you.
Keith, this looks like a very interesting chart. Is there a possibility that later today or sometime today we can get one that's legible?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
One of the lessons of the chart is, if an operational lesson, as Mr. Fiorini said, as a practical matter, we seem to be able to capture roughly a third of the precipitation and flows that come into the state. Now, that's rough, it varies, but, most of it is not available. It evaporates, it goes into salt sinks, it goes into a bunch of other places. And does that pattern change significantly over time, according to this chart or anything else you know? I mean, you know, the logic, one person would look at it and say, well, God, 338 million acre feet of water, that's easy. We just pass a law that says we take more water, and everybody will be happy. But the practical realities are you can't, there's no one knows how to do that scientifically. Although occasionally we seed clouds with mercury or whatever we seed with, which is an attempt to audit nature. Any other conclusions you draw from this, Mr. Coolidge? Other than the fact, I think this is right, about a third roughly, maybe a little more, a little less, is available for designated purposes of one kind or another.
So does the chart then, does it illustrate, again, you'll get a larger one, so it illustrates the groundwater recharge, both that comes off of the Sierras, certainly up in this part of the world, but also recharge that occurs from either your rivers that may have a good recharge capacity. So is that the orange? Is that what that's supposed to demonstrate there?
Yes, that's illustrating recharge to groundwater aquifers. Under every stream, there is sort of a parallel underground aquifer. One of the early lessons you can of groundwater use is treat it like a checking account or a savings account. If you don't make regular deposits, you can't make regular withdrawals. So that is a recharge too. It's recharged mostly in the wetter years, pulled up in the drier years. They call that conjunctive use. During wet periods, you turn to stream flows. During dry periods, you turn to your aquifer. If you work that right, you can do a zero-sum game on that.
Does the chart, again, this is not fully illustrative of all the various aspects of this, but take into account recycling. I mean, obviously, the whole thing is a cycle, as you show it here, but where the water is pulled out, it doesn't get back in necessarily to it may get treated directly and get utilized for some other useful purpose.
Right, and recycled water is man's attempt to mimic this natural water cycle to clean it, aerate it, clean it, and be able to reuse it. Okay, thanks.
I would say recycling is included in this. The thing that isn't included, if you look here, it shows in a dry year that we are losing water out of storage, 14.3 million acre feet. Just, it's a lot of water. That doesn't include groundwater because we as a state in the past have not had a really good way of tracking and managing groundwater. So it shows in a wet year we add to our storage. It's talking about principally surface storage. In a normal year, at least in this normal year, we used water out of that surface storage, and in a dry year we used even more water out of storage. But there hasn't been, we haven't really got good numbers that show comprehensively, including groundwater, how the entire system works. We're making progress in that direction, but just this last year, the legislature passed a law that will allow us to do a better job of tracking that. That's one of the long-term issues
Well, but,
the state faces.
it is simply a law that requires the monitoring of the level of groundwater as opposed to individual extraction and use, right? Absolutely. Yeah, that being about as controversial as anything you can do in the water world for people who have the advantage of sitting on top of an underground aquifer.
We may have talked about it, I may have missed it, but what percentage of the water we use currently is recycled?
It's a low percentage. I don't remember the number.
1%?
Of urban use, maybe it's 5%. I think we're talking about 500,000 acre feet per year out of a 9 or 10 million acre feet per year.
But you have to be very careful because the definition of recycled water tends to float differently in various reports. The terminology is less than precise.
You're absolutely right. So in some places, they would say, well, tailwater comes off this farm and then is used in the next farm, and is that recycling? That's not in the definition I'm talking about.
No,
what I'm
that
talking
wouldn't be
about
recycling to me.
is urban water
that has been
recycling.
used and has to be treated before being used again.
Right.
Right, and I don't have the exact number in my brain, but
We are making a list of queries by members for additional information, and that list will be, the documentation will be provided to us between this and our next meeting, and we'll just reserve some time at the next meeting to follow up questions for the requested information.
I would also add to that the question about how much of precipitation is rain versus snow, because
Yeah.
I think it's actually, there's more snow than we thought.
Depends on the year, depends on the temperature,
Obviously.
yes. Yeah.
We'll quantify that. The recycled water question I can actually answer in this slide, which is an attempt out of the current,
If you thought the previous chart was tough to see,
Yeah, man.
this one is a
Same request
classic.
on this one. I mean, when you review the slides that go into a book, if there's something that's illegible, make it a full page
Yeah.
instead of half a page.
the difficulty in this, and I do apologize, when it says right up front that there's a lot going on in this chart, we probably have too much going on in this chart. But this is really an attempt to quantify what the state calls water balances, and that is in a given year when you have this amount of water available, where it comes from, and this is how it was used, and this is to balance them out at a zero-sum game. This amount of water came in, and this is how we used that amount of water. And we've tracked it from 2005 all the way back to 1998. So we have 8 years of data, and that's it at this level of detail. But in the water plan 4 years ago, we only had 4 of those years. So this is a start to really begin to quantify where the water comes in and how it's used and where it goes. And to the question of recycled water, it is, this very tiny little sliver here that represents anywhere between 0.2 and 0.5% of water use in the state.
And by the way,
0.2 or 0.5 million acre feet.
yeah. The other thing is, there are terms of art for those of you who have not been punished by being exposed to water terminology before, and the water terminology that the experts use is they tend to talk about a bunch of water, but one term is applied water, which has a particular meaning. Gentlemen, if normal people want to talk about all this stuff, what term do they use?
Keith, let me add several questions to the
Mr.
chair's list
Collins.
of questions. First, what is our surface storage today? Second, how much of that surface storage is available on a carryover basis from year to year? Third, what is our groundwater overdraft today? Fourth, what is the cumulative overdraft since 1900? And fifth and last, what's the trend on recycled?
Of overdraft?
No, on recycled.
Oh, and recycled.
So looking back, say, 10 years, what's the rate of increase to get us to the current level, and what's the expectation looking forward 10 years?
And I will apologize, I can't answer those off the top of my head.
Mr. Bruce Collins knows full well that much of this information is not available. Or, if it is available, it is available in formats that defy human understanding, at least in my opinion. May I interpret your comments as suggesting that some reformatting of whatever is available would be in order?
Actually, I had a modest purpose in mind, which is to request best professional judgment from our staff. I understand that each of the questions I asked does not have a definite answer, but I think it would be helpful to get your best answer to inform our discussions.
Yeah. We can get the information as best a pretty good solid information on storage, because Department of Water Resources maintains the roster of the storage locations, state and federal, and all of that kind of stuff. And I can't remember which of the many reports I read, but I think it's the Delta Science 2008 report, which had some interesting information on that, and also recorded that we unfortunately have a water situation in California different from Oregon or Washington, where the flows of the rivers seem to be more constant in terms of flows than they are here, creating, as Mr. Fiorini pointed out, massive management problems when you have inconsistent flows.
Getting back to recycled water, if we can, for a second, we were talking about the percentage that recycled water represents in terms of source and use. But then you mentioned acre feet. What percentage is it? Is it the 0.2, 0.3%?
Of urban use, it is closer to 5%. So urban users typically use between 9 and 10 million acre feet of water per year, round numbers.
Statewide, what would it be?
Statewide. And statewide, recycled water has increased, and I think the 500,000 number here has been gradually increasing. So 500,000 out of 10 million These are rough numbers, but I think they are about right. So about 5% of urban water use today, maybe it's 6 or 7% today, is recycled water. And that's one of the things that clearly is, as we move forward as a state, we can improve significantly.
The chart, the previous chart that we looked at, when you can get a readable copy, you'll also find out that it's pretty interesting because the Department of Water Resources breaks up their calculation of applied water, water used. They now add dedicated environmental water in the count, which is a big fight that took about 15 years to achieve. And so what you find is that the pattern of use in wet years and average water years and dry years varies dramatically. But, you know, you'll hear a lot of debate about the issue, but, you know, the urban water use, I think Mr. Coolidge's figures will show, tends to be rising. Agricultural water use rose enormously after World War II with the water projects, as it was designed to, but it's kind of peaked. Yes, there are variations, but the average. Environmental water looks like it shot up immediately, but that's because the fight over the environment has led to these decisions. But you still get ag water is 2.5 times or more than urban water use. Environmental water in wet years, where a lot of water people don't want because, you know, it's wet, flows out in the ocean. That's generally assumed to be environmental water too. But in dry years, which is where you get crunch time, the deal, and Mr. Coolidge has another chart much later on in this process about the Delta. The deal in the Delta is the environmental water is reduced so that the urban and the agricultural water can be maintained at a somewhat near normal level. That's that's just part of the fight that's been going on.
Just trying to understand some of the dynamics as well. When we look at the map of the state, all the water obviously is in the north. Is the population growth in the south and the dry, the arid part, greater than the population growth in the north, or is it fairly balanced?
I think we need specific information to demonstrate what I anecdotally will tell you. What I believe is that if you go back 20 years, the South was growing at a faster rate, but if you look more recently, the Central Valley and
the foothills,
the North, the foothills are growing at a faster rate.
But it is still a relatively modest part of the total state population. The rate of growth is much higher, Placer, El Dorado, and the mountain counties, but even now they're significantly smaller than the urban South. So everybody who gives speeches says roughly 2/3 of the people are down south of Bakersfield, and 2/3 of the water is up north, probably north of Stockton, and that's subject to error in recalculation, but it's the closest thing.
I think that's a good generalization.
Yeah. It'll change in 2 or 3 years, I'm sure.
A follow-on question, if I could. Just the chart going to go to 2005, and again, I guess my initial question is how long does it take to assimilate the information? Is it always a 2-year lag? Is it a year's lag? Because, you know, we've been talking about being in drought for the last, few years. I think people are going to have a hard time believing it this year with what we're seeing, at least in certain parts of the state. So how do we stay current with, certainly you have, monitor, the data that comes in, so I know there's some lag, but what is the lag period? Is it always a couple of years?
This is actually the best available data in 2009, goes back to 2005. This was the water plan that was just published. In fact, some of the later appendices are coming out next month. So,
but there are lots of monitoring stations around the state. 95 that led to the precipitation calculation, and that information goes back to 1890, right?
Yes, and one of the challenges is the state as an institution collects data from local agencies on a 5-year basis. So the state doesn't go out every year and ask every water district, how much water have you used? Rather, on a more, every 5 years, they collect the data. So it's possible somebody could go gather the data, but it has not been the institutional standard to do that.
Just a thought on that, though. I think it puts it somewhat at a disadvantage because you take a snapshot in time, or you look at going back eons, and yet you're trying to project in some of the decisions this council is going to take on, and certainly in other venues as well. And you try to deal with current information, and yet we use 50-year averages and so forth, but we're dealing with the present time, with people being concerned about drought or too much water or not enough, whatever it is. And again, that's not anybody's fault. It's just that I think that puts us at a bit of a disadvantage in the decision-making in trying to look forward, because you try to project, and that's tough. So, anyway.
There is that commercial, and I forget what investment product they're selling, but you're watching traffic go at an intersection, and you take a snapshot, and then 5 minutes later, based on that, do you enter the intersection?
Got it.
All right, these are 2 slides from Delta Vision, and what we're looking at is, in general, also based on water plan data, that water demand in California and its cities continues to increase with population, but while per capita trend is inconclusive, it shows that water per person, more water per person is used during dry years. And as well, then the following slide looks at agriculture, which ag water use decreased in the 70s and 80s, but has since trended slightly higher, but it is showing the effects of some of the efficient uses that were put into practice after that drought period of 76, 77, as well as the drier period heading into the late 80s, early 90s.
Can you rate the accuracy level, even remotely, for the estimates of water use?
The urban is slightly more accurate.
And that's
agricultural water has...
Well, because of?
Because of the requirements for urban water management plans and local water districts keeping fairly accurate records. Less so on agricultural water use, which is used and then some tailwater returns to the stream and is used downstream, and our data is much less relevant. This was something that had bedeviled the folks in the CalFed program in the earlier years, was how do you get an accurate handle on agricultural and urban water use, and then bring that into real time, as Supervisor Natoli suggested.
Mr. Johnston.
The urban use of water in dry or wet periods, what do you attribute that to?
In a drier, hotter period, folks are doing more of their landscape irrigation. More than half of the urban water use is outside the home. That has, because of conservation efforts in some of the major cities, has gone down slightly, but that's the biggest single spot of urban water use reduction that's available.
When we count on, when we say urban water use, it is not simply residential water use, am I correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay,
Although
so
residential does drive a lot of these
yeah, but I
numbers.
mean in terms of urban water use, that is business, commercial, manufacturing, I mean it's everything but agriculture and the environment, environmental water, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I want to describe droughts a little bit from an urban perspective. I
This is
manage,
a former water district manager talking.
so you
now.
understand what typically happens in a drought.
Just a minute.
I'd like to hear that, but those 2 charts that show urban demand is increasing, and then the chart that says demand fluctuates with how dry or wet the years are. So is there an interaction between those? Is it landscape watering that produces not only the increase in usage as you suggested in dry years, but increase in residences with landscaping needs that contributes to the urban water demand increasing?
Yes. Well, I want to kind of describe this. That's what I wanted to describe. As I say, I was the manager of a retail water agency for many years.
Orange County.
in this case, San Bernardino, LA, but, yes. At the beginning of a drought, in my experience, particularly when it's dry in the winter, water use goes up. It goes up because people want to keep their lawns healthy and irrigate their plants. Their landscaping does drive a lot of that. By about the second year, the water agencies are saying we need to conserve, and they go out with a major effort. We need to conserve water, push water use down, so water use typically decreases. At the same time, water agencies are going to ag agencies saying, can we buy water from you to help make sure we meet the minimum needs of our customers? And urban agencies typically are willing to pay much more for water than a farmer would. So all of those things kind of flow together in a system that sometimes lags what's really happening, and it's a challenge. But in reality, water use goes up at first in a drought in an urban area, then responds typically to pleas for conservation and big-time programs, and sometimes programs cause some permanent reduction in water use, and sometimes they don't. So it's typical after a drought that 2 years after the drought, water use is still down, but 3, 4, 5 years after the drought, water use goes back up in an urban area because the imperative to conserve water has kind of gone away, and the pricing is not enough of a signal to the consumer for them to say, well, I'm going to be careful about this water. If I spend another $10 a month, most customers aren't really that worried, but $10 a month is a lot more water. So in a typical, we have all of those forces, and it's not a simple thing that in a drought everybody conserves. Did I explain that well? Sorry.
Yeah. Joe, has there ever been an economic analysis of the price elasticity of the farmers? In other words, if the urban areas want to buy water to water their lawns, and they buy it from a farmer, and the farmer gets more from selling the water than he could be from growing fruit or crops and selling the crops, is that good or bad for California?
The bigger picture about whether it's good or bad for California, different people have done studies about that, and I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that.
There are studies, and the answer is yes to both questions, depending on who you talk to. The problem water managers have on transfers is they are usually short-term transfers, not always, but usually. And a short-term transfer is nothing. It's like a wet water year. You can act as if it's an eternally wet water year for all the future, or like our state budget, you spend at a certain level even if the revenue is dropping, but it only works for so long. And the great political debate on water transfers, from one of them, is the areas that have water which may be made available to urban areas are deeply resistant to the notion of giving away the entitlement forever. And so they are typically shorter term agreements, and they're deeply controversial even under many of those circumstances. If you go, and the point I think you were raising is it controversial to pay more, an urban area to pay more for water than say the seller of the water would give? And the answer is sure it is. The Contra Costa Times did a series of articles in 2008, 2009 on, I don't know, some central transfers, and the charge was state provides subsidized rates for people who transfer water to urban areas, windfall profit analysis. But at the same time, where else do you get the water? And, we haven't mentioned water rights in any significant way, because that stirs the pot on this whole issue.
And I want to add that agriculture in the state is changing. So vineyards and tree crops are much more profitable, and as agriculture seeks to make more profit during all the wet years than they put in permanent crops, that reduces their ability to transfer water. And then with the problems in the Delta, transferring water from the north to the south has become really difficult. So even if you can reach an agreement with the farmer and it makes economic sense, the physical ability to actually make that transfer limits.
The facilities availability.
So what you're saying is that there'll be less flexibility in the future. You know, if the urban areas want to spend 5 to 6 times or even more, they just may not be able to get any water at any price.
Well, I think that there is an upper limit for the price, and that really is what's the cost of ocean desalination. So whenever people want to say the price for water is going to go through the roof, there is a top end, and ocean desal probably is the limit, and that's, different people will give you different numbers for how much that costs, but it's probably $1,500 to $2,500 an acre foot, and so that's probably beyond what a farmer would pay. But farmers today are paying more in the Central Valley than I ever would have believed just 10 years ago. Today in the Central Valley, farmers, when they need water for their crops, sometimes are willing to pay $500, $600 an acre foot for water. That's astounding for anybody that's been
What
in
would the
business.
price comparison be between what a farmer pays and what a household in San Diego would pay for water? Forgetting about, you know, the cost of distributing it, storing it, and all the rest of that. Just as a ballpark.
It really depends on where you're at and what your water rights are, as the chair pointed out. We have a very complex system that means that some people, in California, the water, you don't own the water, you own the right for the water, and almost all the costs come from the cost of transporting it and storing it and managing it. So,
but if you were to find an average farmer in the Central Valley versus an average household in El Cajon, as an example, would it be an order of magnitude of 2 or 3?
for the farmers. Yeah.
Pardon?
Well, I feel like I need to weigh in here. You're comparing apples and oranges, because in the urban situation, you're pricing supply of water that has been treated and is available 24/7 versus raw water that's available seasonally in agriculture. And because of that, it's dangerous to apply a dollar amount at the tap in a home versus the canal gate for a farmer.
If we really wanted to be dangerous, with those qualifications and all the rest of that, what numbers would we get?
Well, I think probably the best comparison would be what a urban water supplier pays for raw water delivered to their agency, less the cost of transportation versus what an agricultural user would pay for raw water supply. And then you'd have to factor in how much is 24/7 availability worth versus seasonal. That would be a way to get at some the
If we started with a 1 and then a 15, we could work back, you know, and try to equate them based on the elements, you know, that you talked about. But
Very complex to do, although I point out, sitting in front of us are bottled water that probably is the only commodity around that actually has an ascertainable and clear price, which is astronomically high, and if all the studies are correct, for not much value, since the public systems
there's a lot
are...
of marketing and all
Yeah,
that
no,
stuff
sure.
involved. But
we
Phil,
don't-
if
we
I
have
were to
res-
hold your feet to the fire,
Well, you'd say
and unofficially,
unofficial.
you know, take that comparison between water to be used for agriculture versus water to be used for sprinkling grass, what would the price differential be? Knowing that, you know, it's complex and you've got to do this and do that and make all those
Mr.
adjustments.
Fiorini.
He's not going to answer.
In
Yes,
the
he is.
same...
Yes, he is.
In the same geographic region, the raw water price would be essentially the same.
The raw water price. That's
And I
it.
think that's accurate. I think the
We're
truth
talking
is,
tap versus...
there is no difference between how much money Kern County Water Agency pays for water versus how much money Metropolitan Water District pays for water. And Kern uses 99% of its water for irrigation purposes in the Central Valley, and Metropolitan uses it for pumping over for urban uses. And the big cost differential there for them is the cost of pumping the water over the mountains.
I think
But the
I think
commodity itself.
Personally, since you asked for a mischievous argument, I'd probably suggest to you that just historically in California and maybe in America, we've never charged for water. We've charged for the storage and the transportation of it, to be sure, but we've never attributed it somewhere. I read the Benjamin Franklin quote that says there is no appreciation of the value of water until the well runs dry. It's not exactly applicable, but I think it is applicable. I know as a businessman, this is puzzling that the commodity at question does not have a clear...
I'm puzzled. If nobody pays anything for water, how can there be subsidies?
I can answer that one. The subsidies come on the cost of building the facilities or the repayment of facilities. So the subsidy that, for example, is people talk about for the Bureau of Reclamation is because the federal government stepped up and built the facilities and then devised a repayment plan over 50 years at a very low interest rate, and people say, hold it. The farmer should have had to pay a higher interest rate, and there's a provision in law if the farmers don't make enough money, all they have to pay for is O&M. So that's the subsidy that people talk about, is the cost of facilities.
And government traditionally does subsidies, and agriculture just happens to be one of the historically oldest of the subsidies, whether it's the whole original land grant system that was established in America, or whether it's current water systems. The subsidies are there, they're public, they're known, they're always challenged, they're always objected to, but we do that as a matter of course. I don't, the reason I wanted to have this kind of discussion is these questions are fundamental to an understanding of this complex array of issues, not because we can resolve them. It would be amusing if we could, but because we've got to understand the complexities before we start to do the duties assigned to us.
Do urban areas get subsidies as well?
They would deny it, but yes, from time to time they do. I'll tell you, in my time as a general manager, I was very good at going to Washington and coming to Sacramento and asking for and getting money to help build projects. And that is a subsidy, whether I wanted to say that when I was the general manager or not.
Whether to build or to maintain?
In our case, almost always to build, not to maintain. Although, in the end, money is
fungible. Have to
fungible.
build. The farms would have canals and irrigation.
And
that
it was
would be
to
a
build for them,
maintenance.
too.
And
They would pay
storage,
for maintenance.
which is very important. But by the way, the notion of no good deed goes unpunished. For years, people like me, maybe Mr. Rist-Collins too, I don't know, Senator Johnston, I think, used to yell that we were growing federally subsidized cotton in the Central Valley at great expense. And you shouldn't do that. And I believe, this is correct, Randy, tell me if I'm wrong, I think the volume of cotton planted in the Central Valley has decreased about 80% over the last 35 years, 30 years. I'm not sure, maybe it's 60%, but a significant reduction.
Why?
Well, because I assume because other crops look more attractive.
It's because the world market price for cotton has gone to the point where it's below the cost of production in California, which has driven a trend towards permanent crops, the wine grapes, table grapes, almonds, pistachios, that become less tolerant of water shortages. And that is what is leading to the really big problems that are experienced on the west side of the state project and the federal water projects. And I need to point out that not every farmer in California receives water from the state project or the federal project. There are a number of local agencies that have funded their own facilities and operate their own facilities apart from the state or the federal projects.
Yeah.
But that would be a fairly small percentage.
Well,
Less than 20?
no, it's not.
I don't think it's a very small percentage. I think it's the majority is not subsidized that way.
I really like the spirit of Hank's questions, namely a little dangerous, or if I may use a different saying, we fools need to go where angels may appear to tread. So in that spirit, and understanding that I'm comparing apples and oranges, I do believe that what Hank is asking about is retail rate. So how does the average retail rate in, say, San Diego County compare with the average retail rate for a surface water customer in the San Joaquin Valley? I'd like to hear DWR's answer to that question, and I anticipate the answer will be somewhere between 1 and 2 orders of magnitude difference. But I'd like to hear what DWR says about that question.
Yeah.
And if I may ask
Yes,
one
sir.
further question to go to our list. Keith, before we began this discussion, you were talking with us about trends, and the trend that we're looking at is 1970 to 2000, which of course is rearview mirror. It would be very helpful if we could get DWR's analysis from Bulletin 160 or otherwise looking forward 30 years under alternative scenarios for population
Mr.
growth.
Rhys-Collins, you used code, Bulletin 160. I've decided part of my duty is to make people use English. It's the every 5-year update state water plan, Bulletin 160.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the translation.
Yes, this
But
is...
under alternative scenarios for population growth, economy including globalization, climate change, and so forth, give us demand trend scenarios that look out 30 years.
Yeah.
And they have done that in the new update. Part of this discussion was to give you a flavor of specific areas you wanted to dive back into, and we could have Kamyar come over and talk in depth about not only what the water plan has counted, but what it envisions for the future and how they've done that. And before I go on to the next slide, Mr. Johnston, make sure that we answered your question. One of the other factors in trending urban use higher is that new development, the new development to accommodate population growth is often occurring inland, not along the coast. So it's in the hotter, drier areas. And that's one of the things that has bedeviled the smart growth folks who are trying to find that balance.
Getting back to that, if we could, Richard, without any fear or trepidation, very dangerously stated that the price, at retail price of water at a urban house versus a farm was different by 1 to 2 times. Is that a fair statement?
I'd say it's a fair statement that it's probably 1 order of magnitude. I think that's round numbers about right. So in San Diego, if it's probably...
And an order of magnitude is 1-0?
Well, it's times 10. So if a farmer in the Central Valley pays $100 an acre foot, and in San Diego it's probably closer to $1,000 an acre foot by the time.
And much of that can be
charges.
explained by the factors that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston and Tully.
Yeah. The residential growth in the state with landscaping demand is a factor in increased urban requirement for water, right? Is there a assessment of what new development that you just referred to brings with it in terms of requirement for landscaping? I mean, some aggregate number of that?
Well, the Department of Water Resources developed a model landscape ordinance that would apply to new development, again, in an effort to put sort of water budget constraints on the kinds of things you do. And then the legislature also, a few years ago, passed SB 221, bill by Senator Sheila Kuehl, and I think Jim Costa had a bill as well that required new development to ascertain an assured water supply before they could get through the development process for developments over a certain number of units.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those efforts. I was really wondering if there's a picture of what is happening in new development and whether there are differences in development that require less water. So a look at landscaping in Arizona suggests that, and in areas of California desert, suggests that landscaping decisions were made to minimize water use in many places. Is that done in California, and do we know to what extent?
That was the aim of the model landscape ordinance, and I don't know the extent to that. I know that we also, because of advances in recycled water and new development, it's easier to put pipes in when you're building the development than it is to go back and replumb. So a lot of landscape irrigation in the newer developments is also recycled water.
I can't answer specifically for at least one county, one inland county. Riverside County has adopted ordinances and enforces those on new development, and that is designed to reduce water demand on irrigated landscaping by about 50%, I think. And
Is it essentially balkanized?
By county.
Is it county or city too that approves
Could be
developments?
city too in many cases. In Riverside County, they had a uniform thing where they got all the counties in the city to work together to do this, but in probably many parts of the state it is balkanized. Although the state does have this statewide standard, and part of the water conservation legislation that was passed has the intent of trying to drive all of the water agencies in the state, every one of the urban agencies, to meeting that standard over the next 10 years, so by 2020, so that people get closer to where they should be. And one could argue that that standard even is not strong enough, but it is intended to cause every urban area in the state to actually have to measure, monitor, and reduce water use over the next 10 years, and that should have a significant impact on our water supplies moving ahead.
One of the calculations that we used in Delta Vision consultants gave to us, if there is a 20% savings in water, urban use water, it will be overcome by simple population growth within 10 to 15 years. Which led to our recommendation, you had to talk about at least a 40% reduction in some water use to have any impact. But the reality is, this is an ongoing effort that never can be minimized, and it's damnably difficult to do. Mr. Natoli, then Ms. Gray.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on the chart on the agricultural water use. I noticed that the USGS is the one that reports the data, at least that's what you're drawing from here. Is the Department of Agriculture, do they weigh in on this as far as your irrigated acres and irrigation practices and so forth? The Geological Service is the one that provides. I'm just curious because it shows these trends, and so, or is that all assimilated data and then provided through the service?
It's data that USGS provides. I don't believe that Food and Ag was involved in collecting that or quantifying it.
Let's add that to our question.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And just to follow, and kind of the reason that I was asking, at least in part, is that this discussion about the permanency of the cropping pattern, where you have orchards or vineyards versus a seasonal crop. But I think that even with the trends, and you could look at irrigated acres, you could look at the use of the drip irrigation. Practices have changed, even as it relates certainly to vineyards, but to amount of rice that's grown in the state. I mean, there's any number of factors in that you may bring more acres in, but on the overall, again, you said the trend is up, although the chart shows it pretty steady here or over time. But so I guess I'd be curious to know, because as we get into this conversation about certainly urban and rural, urban ag and so forth, I think it'd be important to at least have a little more background as to how those calculations are arrived at. So again, I don't have any specifics around that, but I think there's some considerations there as well. Thanks.
Ms. Gray.
I have a question about water rights. I know that's your next slide, but how does water rights relate to allocation of water transfer cost?
Oh, you thought these earlier questions were dangerous. You said that so innocently.
Well, let me use that question as a jumping off point.
To go into the water.
To go into the water rights, and then we can talk about what latitude there is, and recognizing that we have two attorneys on the council, as well as the council's own counsel. If I step in it, I'm sure you all will help me. But California's water rights system, you will hear it sometimes described as a dual system of water rights, riparian and appropriative rights, but it's as all things water, more complex than that, so treated as a plural system. I kind of put these up in the order in which they were developed, but Pueblo rights, Mexican-Spanish land grant, the village, the settlement, the town had the right to all of the water that was in the watershed of the stream that came through the town, and all of the people within there had an equal right to the water, whether they lived on it or near it, as long as they lived within the boundary of the town or the city or the village. That is Pueblo rights. It's a Spanish system. When California became a state, we adopted the English system, and that was riparian rights, and it was also first in time, first in right. So there was a real award for longevity. You got here first, you got the water. You got here second, you got whatever was left over, and so on.
But Pueblo water rights didn't go away, did they?
They did not go away.
And the Pueblo de Los Angeles, a minor community of then 3,000 people, has been using that for how many years now? To battle with the surrounding neighbors in Los Angeles. What is
but
now
those
Los
apply
Angeles
to the
County?
original boundaries of the city, not as it has grown. And riparian water rights attached to the land. When you sell the land, the water rights go with it. Although you don't really own the water rights, you have the right to use water associated with your land. Later, we developed appropriative rights, and these apply to you can move water, you can appropriate it from a stream. You don't have to have riparian rights, but you can appropriate it and use it somewhere else. And later that became the doctrine of reasonable and beneficial use, so that you could use all the water that you could reasonably and beneficially use, and the rest went on to your downstream neighbors. And throughout California's history, we have fought bitterly over this. In the first 100 years of statehood, between 1850 and 1950, more than half of the cases that reached the California Supreme Court dealt with water and water rights. That has fallen off somewhat lately, although at least in the last few years, we seem to be making up for lost time. In it says 1929 here, but this is actually, it should say 1927. This was the adoption of the Feigenbaum Act, in which the state appropriated all of the unallocated rights to itself. This was the early beginnings of the state thinking that as we accommodate for growth in the state, as we develop projects to move water, the state needs all of those unallocated water rights. And so that was the Feigenbaum Act in 1927, and it was modified 4 years later in 1931 to be to include area of origin protections for the counties of origin, so that water that had been appropriated to the state but could reasonably and beneficially be used over time, there were protections for the counties that said, yes, you can have that. You didn't lose your rights when the state took all of the unallocated water.
Is there not also a delta equivalent to the area of origin statute?
In 1984, passage of the Delta Protection Act also gave the delta rights in similar to the area of origin protections. To a large extent, the legal effect of all this is somewhat uncertain, A, because of the clarity of the statutes, and B, because it really hasn't been tested yet in court to a great degree. So it's there, but the uncertainties surround it, and we haven't fully tested those yet. And then lastly, groundwater is largely unregulated in the state of California. You have different structures, but generally you have the right to pump any water that you can find under your land. When it comes to pulling from your neighbor and the basin starts to drop, You can either cooperatively settle that, or you can adjudicate that and develop a water master who will help you figure out allocations. Some basins are adjudicated, some are cooperatively managed. The basin that I used to live in Orange County is cooperatively managed through a government agency. Elsewhere in Southern California, they have adjudicated basins where they are somewhat less cooperatively managed by a government agency.
Just a quick question. Is it generally treated, though, as a property right?
Riparian is a property right. Appropriative is...
No, I mean groundwater.
Groundwater is generally treated as a property right.
Okay, good. And riparian is property right, you said, generally? Okay, and then appropriated is?
Is a right to an allocation.
Okay.
I hate to quibble, but my reading is it's akin to a property right.
Yes.
It is not a property right.
You
And
don't
that
actually
applies-
have right to the
yeah.
water. You have
It's
to
a right
use.
to use water under certain terms and conditions. And you know, I resisted in law school learning this because it seemed even worse than British future interest in real property, which I despised. But the more I get into it, I'm reading it again, and it's pretty clear it's a combination of legal status, very, very important legal status. I don't want to minimize legal status, but also there are conditions that are imposed on the use of most water, including the constitutional provisions of California and the constitutional doctrines, including public trust. That's immensely controversial because most people are pretty practical. They say, hey, leave me alone. This is what I want. And it's a mixture in the interplay of these issues. So I think, Mr. Natoli, although we could ask our lawyers, in fact, and it would be useful. The Attorney General has done some briefing papers on this issue, which would be helpful to look at.
I'll defer to Richard.
Yeah. And some people have made their living out of this issue for some time.
Mr. Chair, two thoughts. First, I'd like to acknowledge that one of the preeminent scholars of water law in California, Professor Hap Dunning, is here with us today. Welcome, Professor Dunning, as well as other members of the Water Bar of California. And secondly, I do think it would be helpful if staff compiled, say, 50 to 100 pages maximum of briefing memos, law review articles, all in plain English, to bring us up to...
Are there 100 pages?
Professor Dunning has written some of that, and yes, there are, so that we could all be at the same speed in terms of basic
I asked
understanding.
Mr. Stevens the same question last week. I said, give me the idiot's guide to water rights, and he delivered to me the... Oh, don't tell him which one. Okay, all right. Privileged communication, okay. Let's add that to the list of requests. I know the list is long, and sometime tomorrow, I want to go back through the list to make sure we picked up the ideas and cover them for these purposes. I point out, Mr. Coolidge, in spite of your prediction that this wouldn't take very long, that it is now almost 11:15, and we have one or two slides to go.
I'm going to talk really fast, and we're going to move very quickly. We can... At one time, all you had to do was drill a hole, and there was your water. This is an early picture from Artesia, named after artesian wells. But the history of California's water development, originally we were looking at local resources, damming a river or a stream, taking that water onto our lands, using irrigation ditches to bring water to villages.
Well, you ought to talk about this chart. This chart is the what we call natural water configuration of California prior to alterations and improvements, and it's essentially illustrative of where you find the largest bodies of water, certainly not all of the water. And it's the Sacramento River kind of running north to south,
Sacramento and
San
San
Joaquin running
Joaquin.
south to north, and a good slug of it going through the Delta, plus the boundaries of the Colorado down on the bottom.
And of course, if I went back even earlier in history, that entire valley would be more like a bathtub.
Yeah, right.
But as we talked earlier, you need to treat your local resources as a checking account. You need regular deposits to make regular withdrawals. As population increased, they began to look elsewhere for water. the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, the Owens Valley Aqueduct, bringing water to Southern California, made somewhat well-known, widely known by the movie Chinatown. Not to be outdone, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission passage in 1913 of the Raker Act, allowing them to develop a water system in a national park.
Some call it their peripheral canal.
Some would call it that. Others would fear to tread there. Building the Hetch Hetchy Aqueduct, taking water off the Tuolumne around the south end of the peninsula into San Francisco. Not to be outdone, East Bay Municipal Utility District, damming the McCullumne River, piping the water through the center of the delta into the East Bay. Some might call that a second something or other. Metropolitan Water District, in 1941, completing the Colorado River Aqueduct, tapping water on the Colorado River, bringing it 240 miles through the desert to Los Angeles and its environs. The Bureau of Reclamation, the Central Valley Project, originally envisioned as a state project, but at the height of the Depression, the state did not have money for the project. Feds stepped in with a precursor to ARA funding, Recovery Act funding, and created the Central Valley Project. First deliveries in 1940. And then the last of the major water projects moving water around the State Water Project, authorized in 1960 with the Burns-Porter Act, the first water down to Southern California in 1973. All of those projects, with the exception of the Colorado River and the Owens Valley, really treat the delta as the hub of their water system, a transfer point, water that is stored elsewhere in California, either in Shasta or Oroville or some other minor reservoirs, moving down the Sacramento, Feather rivers into the delta, and then pulled out at the south end of the delta and piped and distributed elsewhere. So where does all that water go? This was a chart developed through Delta Vision. It gets at an answer to one of the earlier questions. An awful lot of diversions occur in the watersheds before they ever get to the projects. And when we hear that, gee, aren't the projects just to bring water to swimming pools in Southern California, you find that that's actually relatively a thin line compared to how all of the water is used both in the upper watershed, the lower watershed, and the San Joaquin Valley. And in fact, interestingly, when the projects had to really throttle back a couple of years ago in June to protect smelt, the first effects were felt not in Southern California, but in Pleasanton, Livermore, and the San Jose area, who find that they too are very dependent on the Delta system and the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. All right, Secretary Snow, at your last meeting, when he welcomed you to the water world and challenged you to your mission in the Delta, talked about the real problems of the Delta. We spend a lot of time talking about symptoms rather than causes. And the Delta has, in fact, been largely changed when you think, well, it's just the projects. No, man has been making changes in the Delta all along, whether it was the passage of the Swamp and Overflow Act, which said provided real incentives to clean up evil swamps and turn them into productive land, whether it was hydraulic mining, where we blasted cannons at the mountains, broke them into small pieces that allowed us to find the gold within. We worked to control floods so that the floodplains can be used for agriculture instead of flood spillover, and we worked on hydroelectric power from hydroelectric dams, lessening flows, as well as looking to build dams and reservoirs for water supply for our large cities and water systems. So the history of the Delta has been one of a lot of change and for a lot of causes. And this is just to give you a flavor. When we see the bucolic pictures of gold mining, remember the water cannons and also the use of mercury, which has washed down into the watersheds and continues to bedevil us today in terms of residual pollution. The historic Delta. When we look at historic and current Delta, the map on the left is about 700,000 acres of marsh and wetlands. This is at the turn of the middle of the 1800s. It was characterized by meandering waterways, and our scientists have debated whether I should use this chart, which shows some meandering waterways, or a more recent one that really shows it. But it was characterized by meandering channels and waterways, and the water spent a lot of time. There was a lot of what they call residence time in the Delta. So nutrients were able to accumulate, food for phytoplankton, zooplankton were available. That was a good food source for the native fish species. The current Delta, we have straightened a lot of channels, whether, whoops, wrong button. All of the red marks on that left side are man-made changes to the Delta, whether it's for benefit of moving water to the projects down in the South Delta or for flood control in the North Delta, the cross channels. We have tried very hard to straighten and to move water quickly and efficiently and gotten away from the slower channelization, what are known as dendritic channels. Land and water have been separated by a levee system. The marshland we have about 1,600 miles of levees separating land and water in the Delta. We have also seen a large loss of wetlands, primarily in the Delta itself, but also throughout Sassoon, San Francisco Bay, and San Pablo Bay. About a 95% loss of the historical wetlands of the Delta as a result of channelization and building levees and turning land into what was at the time deemed a more productive use. And that's really sort of led to a transition from a dynamic, self-adjusting to a much more static and homogeneous Delta. And we'll get into more of that in some of the science discussion on what the effects of that have been. But I would leave you with this thought: some things never change. The earliest documented use of a clamshell dredge back in 1879. This is 1980, but you see how far we've come in our technology in some areas. And with that, I'm going to turn a portion of this over to Dr. Cliff Dahm, who is your interim lead scientist. He and Dr. Anke Mueller-Solger, who is the lead scientist for the interagency ecological problem. There is a Freudian slip, and I apologize. The Interagency Ecological Program, and she will tell you how she deals with their problems.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Noto.
Keith, before you go, could you just talk about the ramifications of that break in the Holland tracks and exactly what happened as a result of that?
Holland track, or
there's a picture down here.
in
The levee break on
1980?
the Holland track.
Let's see if we can go back.
And what were the sequelae of something like that occurring?
Let me use a more recent example from 2004. This was a similar levee break in Jones Tract. It was a dry day. It was, I think, June 4th, 2004. And it was...
Explain where Jones Tract is.
Jones Tract is Upper and Lower Jones Tract are in the south central portion of the Delta. It's a large land area. Railroad tracks, Burlington Northern Railroad tracks go across it. The McCullum Aqueduct crosses it. That's the water for East Bay mud. It's agricultural production, and early in the morning it was apparently a rodent that had been burrowing through. The water started to eat away at the rodent, and you got a boil, and that eventually turned into eating away at the levee until it failed, and water rushed in. Upper Jones Tract, which is actually lower on the map, but upper in the watershed, flooded first. It began to wash away the railroad trestles and moved into Lower Jones Tract, flooded the entire island within a couple of days, and took several months, more than a year, to pump out and repair at a very large cost. I think it was almost $100 million to...
Do you recall the number of acres involved?
I don't.
Yeah. Joe?
This was farmland.
Anybody? There are experts in the audience. How many acres?
I don't remember the acreage, the exact acres of it, but the point of it being that when it broke and they had difficulty getting the station.
I understand that, but relax, guys. Relax. Okay, no, I want to know the acreage. Anybody? Yeah, yes. 12,000 acres.
12,000 between the upper and lower.
Yeah, the emergency response and the cost of repairing the pumping, supporting closing the breach or trying to close the breach, then the pumping, the activity went on, you think, for a year, Mr. Coolidge? Mm-hmm. And cost, I didn't think it was quite as high as $100 million, but do you recall the fair market value of the land? I do from the DREAM study. It was $24 million. I mean, so... And that is not atypical, by the way. That is not an odd example. You have land value, which is certainly important, but the repair costs are astronomical. And those clamshell drills or dredges that Mr. Coolidge was showing, I don't think the Dutra family was around in 1879, but they could have been. They're the historic defenders of the Delta by the barges and stuff. But unless that is immediately available on site, and you can drop rocks and everything else, the chance of preventing the flooding is very low. And so the whole island goes under, and with all the consequences that result from it, and at massive expense to repair.
And one of the real problems, and we will get into this in the science discussion, is as one levee fails and an island floods, you have then a vast expanse of water, and the reach creates waves that threaten adjoining levees, and as they fail, it begins to turn into an inland sea. And I think Dr. Dahm is going to talk a little bit about that, but that is a concern not only for the folks who live and work in the Delta, but for the water projects as well.
Well, that's the downside of doing nothing. Just allowing it to flood would be putting other levees at greater risk.
Absolutely.
Well, it depends on where the island is, where it's positioned. I mean, there are a lot of variations, but the general answer is always yes. But the threat risk varies, and there's a chart later that Dr. Dahm's going to pointing out, I think, the subsidence in the Delta, which is generally the most threatened of the islands.
But if you were to repair the levee and not drain the island, would you have that same risk?
Then you would still have a risk on the levees, because you would now have a contained sea and the potential for wave action and erosion.
There have been levee breaks that have not been restored over the last 70 years. Big break down there. I think it's
Frank's Tract is
Frank's Tract. And you'll see them when we do a Delta tour. They are expanses of water not recovered.
And the levees are all earthen.
Yes.
And there's some sort of a law against using rock?
No, they have rock in them.
They have rock in them.
Yes, they have.
They have riprap in various areas. We've also looked at building setback levees so that California, the levees in the Delta are also part of the riparian habitat. And so one of the arguments with the Corps of Engineers is, do you allow vegetation on levees? And they would prefer that you strip them clean so we can see the minute a boil begins to develop, it's easier to detect and fix and repair. And yet, as we showed on that earlier chart, the loss of riparian wetlands in the Delta at almost 95% loss from the old days, the levee system serves as part of that if you do it right.
Okay, I hate to interrupt, but we do have to move on. Dr. Don?
Before I get started, I wanted to bring to the council's attention two documents, one of which I know you already have, which is the State of Bay Delta Science. And I'm going to touch just a few aspects of the things that are in this document, but it's one of the things that certainly would encourage you to look through, and if you have questions, I'd be very happy to try to engage you in discussing some of the issues. The other one that I thought might be interesting, just from a general issue of the kind of things we're talking about here, is that National Geographic in April of this year, 2010, has a dedicated issue on water. It's a worldwide perspective, but there is one chapter that is specifically about some of the water challenges here in California. And those are, I think, two good starting points to get some background information. With that, I'm going to, we can go on to the next slide. Oh, I have control here, just a sec. Where Keith talked about climate, water budgets, water development, and Delta history, I'm going to try to do three things in my visit with you today. And like most talks, I expect this to probably engender more questions than it answers, but please, ask away. I'm going to try to talk a little bit about the interface between science and resource management and decision making from a perspective, from a classic paper that I hope will be of some be informative and of some use for discussion. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that the Delta not only has changed, it is changing, and it will change substantively as we move forward in the decision-making process time period that you'll be working under. And then third, I wanted to talk a little bit about the stressors. Many stressors are at play in the Delta. I am not going to go through the long list of stressors, but I thought I might highlight a couple of them where we've been attempting to get better scientific information to inform the process of deciding how to move forward to address some of these stressors. So that'll be my attempt here. Relative to the words that I use, there's one word I want to make sure I define. People ask me, what do you do? And I say, well, I'm an ecosystems ecologist. They look at me and they say, what the hell is that? And I say, well, I'm a freshwater oceanographer. They'll think, well, maybe I sort of understand that. But the idea here, when I do use the word ecosystem, is that I attempting to try to understand the system, both the biological components and the things that are abiological or non-biological that influence that system. And of the plethora of definitions for ecosystems ecology or ecosystems out there, I picked this one for a definition just to provide to you, and that is an ecological community together with its environment functioning as a unit. And you can certainly characterize the Delta as an ecosystem, or you could characterize specific components within the Delta as ecosystems, such as the channels or such as the terrestrial system or the farmland. And so I'm going to be using that terminology, and I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. The paper that I wanted to highlight just briefly as a kind of a discussion point is a little two-page paper that was published in the journal Science in 1993. Science and Nature are kind of the gold standard if you're a scientist. To get publications in those two journals is certainly something that is very much showing that there's a lot of belief that your work is significant. There was a paper published back in 1993 that focused on the issue of resource management and science and the interface thereof. The paper was really focused predominantly on marine fisheries. And if you want a copy of the paper, let me know. I'll be happy to provide it to you. This paper was not only published in a very high highly rated journal, it also went on to be what we call a citation classic. Over 1,000 papers in the peer-reviewed literature have cited this paper, and it's a paper by Ludwig et al., and it had a few interesting lessons from history as it related to resource management and decision-making, and I thought I'd just share those briefly with you. The first one, I think, is basically a fairly interesting, commonsensical approach that when you're dealing with systems where humans play a major role, you need to bring social scientists into the process. And often science doesn't do a very good job of bringing the human and social dimension into the discussion. Increasingly, I think there's efforts to try to do a better job of that. Secondly, you're going to have to make decisions and you're going to have to act before there's going to be scientific consensus on many of the issues that are being discussed here. Hopefully we can provide you good scientific information on which to make those decisions, but if you're looking for consensus, you probably are not going to get it in many of these complex systems questions that you'll be dealing with over the next few years. One thing that you can, I think, rely on scientists to do reasonably well is to help you recognize the problems. And Anke Mueller-Solger, who will talk to you briefly next, is going to talk about 40 years of measuring and understanding the delta through the Interagency Ecological Program. Not a problem, it's a program that we're proud of. Having that kind of long-term database to draw upon to help us understand the system is one of the strengths of decision-making here in the Delta. Not always with consensus, but certainly there is a good information base that helps us address some of the questions. And then finally, this particularly related to fisheries, is the distrust claims of sustainability. Today's the 40th anniversary of Earth Day. Sustainability is a word you're going to hear repeatedly, and it's certainly something that is very much in the literature, but this paper suggested that in the systems that are ever-changing, sustainability is probably a myth. And I suspect that that may be true also in the Delta. And then finally, confront uncertainty. This was both to the scientists and to the decision makers. If you know that you have a high level of uncertainty and you can reduce that uncertainty through good science, do so. Also, if you're having to make decisions, there's going to always be uncertainty in your decision-making process. You have to confront it. And so this little paper, I think, sets up the stage and for decision-making that people have made in other types of systems, and I recommend it as a background document for the council. The Delta is changing. There was a report that was done as part of the Delta visioning process that Jeff Mount, Bob Twiss, and Rich Adams put together that talked about some of the things that have, are, and will impact the Delta. The 6 drivers of change, as they referred to them, are listed here on this slide. I'm going to highlight the first 4 briefly for you. But we're talking about a system that is subsided and well below sea level. For those of you who have not been to the Delta, I think that'll be one of the take-home messages that you'll see, is that you will get up on a levee and you will look down at the farmland. And this is basically a system that is, we call them islands, but they're really much more like the Dutch term polder. Basically, these are areas that are being protected by the levees from flooding in case the levees would fail. Secondly, sea level has risen in the last century, and it's likely to rise further in this century. And that's another one of the uncertainties that have to be built into the long-term planning process. Third, climate change. There certainly has been some measurable warming. There is predictions of substantive increased warming and a very real change in the distribution of our precipitation. We were having a problem answering the question is how much snow and how much rain. Well, in a warmer world, we can at least be fairly certain that there will be more rain and less snow. And those kinds of numbers going forward are an important decision-making process because we won't have that large reservoir of stored water that we've had in the past. Other issues are seismicity. California is a highly active seismic area, the Delta included. Invasive species. Some refer to the San Francisco Bay Estuary as the most invaded estuary in the world, and there certainly is data to support that contention. And then finally, we've already talked about the population growth issues. So these are some of the issues that are concurrently acting on the Delta and will continue to act on the Delta of the future. So let me just go through quick suite of slides. I can route you to the originals if you're interested, but here's a map of the degree of subsidence in the delta. The subsidence is generated by processes of agriculture. When you expose these peat soils to agricultural production, there is oxidation of those peat soils, which drives off some of the organic material into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide, and then there also is erosional losses that have gone on through time. And over the last century and a half, there has been significant subsidence. The reddish areas are your areas of most highly subsided areas, some of those reaching 25 feet below sea level, and then the other colors as you move up the spectrum then are less subsided areas. So this is one aspect of the delta that is clearly something that comes into play when we talk about levee stability. We talk about whether or not how we deal with levee failure in the future, the questions that were being asked about Jones Tract and about Franks Tract and some of the other islands of the delta also are apropos to this process. Here's the data from the Golden Gate Bridge on how much sea level rise has occurred in the past century. It's about 20 centimeters or 8 inches. Back when the Delta Vision strategic plan was being developed, we asked our independent science board at that time to come up with estimates of what would be likely planning ranges for future sea level rise for this century, from 2000 to 2100. The numbers that they reported back, based on some of the most recent efforts at studying glacial melt and changes in ice pack in both the Arctic and the Antarctic, basically gave a range of somewhere between 55 and 145 centimeters. So if you want to take sort of a median type value there, you might be looking at a meter of sea level rise over this century. Certainly there is uncertainty on these numbers. This is another classic example of where we are not certain about these values. But these are the kind of numbers that I think the best scientific evidence would suggest we plan for.
Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just a question. We're 10 years into this century. What's any data on that?
I'm sure there is. I do not know right off the top of my head what the last decade has brought in terms of increased values at the Golden Gate Bridge, but I suspect I can find
information noted, added to our list.
Okay. And the reason why I asked is just because, again, it's fairly extreme as compared to what the last 100 years showed, when you show what the predictions at least show here. Again, I'm not a scientist, so I don't. But I know there's a lot of skepticism from folks I talk to at ground level in communities and so forth. When they see those numbers, they may or may not agree with climate change and its impacts, and and how much. But those numbers, I think, are not real credible with folks who are from a layperson standpoint. So again, scientifically, it may hold lots of merit, but that's why I was asking, what do we see at least trending for the last decade? So, thanks.
Yeah, I'll find that information for the last decade. I can tell you that one of the things that is being monitored very well is the extent of ice coverage worldwide, so we can also get an information on where the last decade has taken us on that. Other questions?
Mr. Bruce Collins.
Cliff, what caused the 8-inch sea level rise over the past century?
Probably the best scientific evidence is to be a mixture of increased freshwater input to the world's oceans and warming of the world's oceans to cause a slight increase in the volume of the world's oceans, what is called adiabatic heating, probably about equal amounts of those two things. This is also another area where we get into substantive amount of uncertainty. This is what the California of the middle of this century or the end of the century is going to look like from a temperature perspective. This is an ensemble of global climate models that have been run by a very good group of scientists at Scripps Institution of Oceanography and the U.S. Geological Survey who have been looking at this question. The numbers that they report out for California is something in the 3.5 to 6 degrees centigrade range. Multiply by 1.8 if you want to convert those numbers to Fahrenheit. And this is the range that is being predicted by the end of the century. Those warming trends, even at the lower end, even at the 1.5 degree centigrade range, will have an effect on snowpack, and it will have an effect on that ratio of precipitation that is rain versus precipitation that is snow. It also will have an effect on when the snow melts, and this has major bearings on then reservoir operation. One of the things that is known...
Just stop for a minute.
Sure.
Explain, if you feel comfortable doing so, why it is meaningful for reservoir operation. Just the operational stuff. Mr. Fiorini reminds us, and I think it's a good constant reminder, that we can talk abstractly, but there are operational considerations that flow from those things. If you would, please.
One of the things that the models do come to agreement on is that this change towards more rain and less snow will produce higher and more flashy flows during the winter. So think of a Sacramento January, February, March storm that might be a little bit warmer than it used to be, producing flashier, higher flows in our river systems. Well, our reservoirs can be operated to protect us from floods, but that means lowering those reservoirs during a period of time so they can catch those flood flows versus storing that water for use for human and agricultural use. And that's one example where we have to think, I think, about storage, we have to think about operations, we have to think about how climate might impact those kinds of...
If you haven't been exposed to the issue of storage facilities, there's no such thing as a dam that just has one purpose. Dams have multiple purposes simultaneously. So the line kind of goes, if you're interested in flood control, the dam should be empty, so you can capture all the water. If you're interested in water supply, it should be full. If you're interested in recreation, you also like it full. And dams are classically financed by assessing the various interests who have a share. I want to use the water in the peak summer periods. And so no dam is instantly available for any single purpose when you need it the most. And the other thing, Dr. Dom, and this 2008 report we've got pointed out is that in the last, I forget how many decades, the peak flow periods has changed about 3 weeks different from what it was. And the regime of management of dams, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, the regime of management of dams that were planned in 1940 and 1950 that are still operating are based on assumptions of historic patterns. And changing it is, you got to change federal government, you got to change water contracts, you got to do 1,000 things to make adjustments to the stuff that seems kind of theoretical but is not.
Yes, that point that you just made, Chairman Eisenberg, is something that I also wanted to point out, and that is that that there is very clear data to show that the timing of snowmelt out of the Sierra Nevada is earlier by about 3 weeks than it was 50 years ago. So that is something that is a definable datum that you can go to and actually see that. The work by Noah Knowles and Mike Dettinger in particular have shown that quite clearly. The other risk factor in the Delta is certainly the seismic risk.
You did not want to be known as Dr. Doom 2 with this chart, is that correct? And I promised not to say that, right?
You promised me that, and Keith made me put this slide in, so... So I'll consider both of you culpable if this sticks. We've had a number of risk management strategies over the years in California. One of the most recent ones by DWR looked at earthquake risk, and this is a series of modeling runs looking at what would happen with a magnitude 6.5 earthquake that propagated into the Delta and produced levee failures of about 20 of the islands. You can see there are 20 of the islands in the most deeply subsided part of the Delta. And the sequence of slides that you see here, starting in the upper left, are basically looking at the salinity field within the delta as a function of time after this kind of a...
And red is advancing salt water. into
And
the-
red would be brackish water, and blue would be fresh water, and then the gradations of color then would be various degrees of salinity. I believe red, if I remember the legends, is about 5 parts per thousand salinity, something like that. And so you see this progression, first few hours, 1 day, a week, and 30 days.
Just a quick question, again, acknowledging the risk. Again, I don't know whether there's been a 6.5 magnitude earthquake that's been recorded in, in proximity certainly to where this is modeled, but I think historically, again, using 100 years plus of levees, I don't think there's been any levee failures, and if there have been, you can correct me, they've been attributable to seismic activity. Is that correct?
That's correct. The one thing I can tell you is the U.S. Geological Survey in Menlo Park is doing some very nice work to try to assess where along the various faults, and also to get a better understanding of the three-dimensional structure of the faults beneath the delta. And I think if you want a briefing on that, there's some really good people working on seismic risk at the Menlo Park facility of the USGS.
Okay, thank you.
There's also been substantive changes in the ecosystem. This is data from the Interagency Ecological Program that Anka will go into in more detail, but one of those changes has been in the open water fishes of the Delta. A number of those fishes are, as many of you know, at record lows, and so this is one of the issues, is trying to understand what has caused these record lows, and also to discuss possibilities to bring back some of these species that are presently threatened and endangered.
Ms. Gray?
I just want to go back to your previous slide.
This
what
one?
Kind of the seismic risk?
Seismic risk, yes. That
What
one.
kind of emergency plan is in existence for this, if this happens in the Delta?
I'm going to have to ask some help from my colleagues on that.
DWR has been in the process of developing a plan. They have established 3 sites in the Delta where they've stored rock. They've contracted to have more barges available in the event of an emergency. Frankly, though, it's something that needs even more work. And one of the things that you'll see in our draft interim plan is, should we ask DWR to actually do a more thorough emergency response plan for what happens if you have this kind of catastrophic failure.
Mr. Fiorini?
Joe and I had a discussion about this last week, and I think in the near term, this emergency preparedness is probably the single most important thing that this council needs to address. And I'm sure we're going to talk about it when we get to the interim plan later on tomorrow, perhaps. But I just wanted to weigh in and say that is, in my mind, the most critical thing that we need to address right up front.
And one point I should make is that amongst the various scientific reports, almost all of them have said that we have something on the order of a 30% chance of catastrophic failure within the next 30 years, catastrophic failure being a multiple island failure scenario. So there is a high risk in planning and attempting to prevent it, but also planning for the things we can't prevent. Those are really important things.
Well, Joe, that's really the question. I mean, this is a response to something that's failed. Something has fallen down or been fractured, so the brackish water, the salinity goes up. Is there a way to prevent that failure rather than responding to the failure once it occurs?
There is. It costs a lot of money, but one of the things that we will, as a council, will look at is what should we do long-term to mitigate the risk. And you could invest an awful lot more in levees to protect this. I mean, we call these levees, but they're closer to dams.
Is there some, bottleneck where, the isthmus is fairly narrow that you could somehow put iron blockade on it.
Oh, my God.
minimize
The ghost
the
of the
risk.
engineer who was going to put the gates at the Carquinez Straits, what's his name? Reber, the Reber barrier
Yes.
was first proposed.
You could do that, but
Yeah.
if you have an earthquake, you've got all the water in the delta.
So it
and-
could go around it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're still going to have water, and you have water coming in from the upstream rivers, so...
Well, I'm worried about salinity. I mean, you
Oh.
can't do much irrigation and grow many crops with brackish water.
Okay, so
Trying to prevent the salt.
you could do
from
something like that to prevent salinity.
encroaching into the delta.
This discussion, which we've now got a majority, I think, a task force interested in, is important, but it is endlessly controversial. I just want to state it, because everybody would like to see their respective preferred interests protected first. But of course, different things are called for. If the interest is, let's preserve the existing use of land within the delta reclaimed in the last 150 years, well, you do one thing. If the interest is, let's protect the water export system, you do something different. If the interest is, let's protect the ecosystem from salinity, you do you do substantially different things. Wading through this discussion, I personally think, is going to call us back to our co-equal values and that last sentence that involves the delta as the only measure we have to try to work it out. And by the way, we are the first entity to be given that definitive policy guideline by the state. All the other entities are, by and large, single-purpose agencies with single-focus goals.
I don't really want to be difficult on this point, but if you were to rank the priorities of the things you'd want to prevent, what would be the most important? Would it be keeping salt out of the delta? Would it be preserving the islands and the levees? I mean, if the salt gets in there, I mean, that's
Well, but there's
pretty much
salt in
the end game.
there is some increased salinity even now, sometimes of years, sometimes of circumstances.
But in worst-case scenarios, what would be at the very top?
The other part of that is that our scientists tell us that some salinity is sometimes necessary for the creatures that we're trying to protect.
Right.
And so I think that challenge of figuring out what is the highest priority is something that the council, you seven, will get to struggle with and try and balance the interests and make tough decisions. And as the chair said, nobody else has had kind of the broad perspective and the authority to really make those calls.
Hey, I asked Cliff, from a biological standpoint, what would be the worst thing to happen to the delta?
What would be the worst thing? The catastrophic failure of multiple levees would be my sense, would be certainly the economically most serious. Are you talking about a biologically most serious?
No, yes, from a biological standpoint. Would it be an influx in a very high salt content, or would it be the destruction of the levees?
I tend to resist single causal answers to you. I mean, certainly you've given me a nice one, but we have got about a dozen that I'm going to present to you in just a second.
But now you're a scientist, you're not a politician, Cliff.
I think Joe's point he's trying to make is that some variability in the system related to salinity is part of the system, and it's part of the system actually after it was channelized. The historical delta pre-channelization was probably fresh. At least for the last 800 years. And so we have imposed some change on the system.
For much of the year.
Actually, at least the paleoecological information that I have seen would indicate that the delta was basically a freshwater system for the last 800 years.
Okay.
Pre the channelization. With the channelization and the more tidal energy, we do now get, during low flow conditions, movement of salinity into the delta further than we used to historically see it.
You know, I heard the question about what are the priorities. But what about people? Aren't there 500,000 people who live in the Delta?
Well, there are about 8,000 who live in the primary zone, and the secondary zone, which includes large slugs of urban Stockton, Sacramento, and others, that primary and secondary comes up to about 500,000.
So when you talk about emergency preparedness plan and the priorities, I would think that lights, a person's life would be on the top of the list.
Do people live below sea level in the Delta area?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
sure.
of course.
But the population generally is assumed to be about 8,000 in the primary zone, which, correct me if I'm wrong, the primary zone has almost all of the major subsided islands, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's my recollection. Almost all, not all, but almost all. But in terms of life and property, your fastest answer, of course, is evacuation, a la New Orleans. What's the most unpopular decision to take? Evacuating people when you're threatened by something that may not actually happen.
Just out of curiosity and not being, wanting to be frivolous, have we had Dutch people and engineers come over and talk to us about the Delta? I mean, the Dutch,
We have
God
indeed.
made the world and the Dutch made Holland, sort of thing.
Yes. Yes, there are a number of Dutch companies and governmental entities, the Dutch government and the Bay Conservation, BCDC, Bay Conservation Development Commission in San Francisco
So we
Bay
work
have
with
been
them.
doing seminars and issues and discussions on that.
I would also add that in addition, we've had a number of Australian visitors to come in and talk about water conservation and various aspects of how they're dealing with the water crisis in Australia. And they can inform us, I think, on some of the issues of conservation and also more efficient use of water.
Ma'am, you're standing up
Speak up or say something real fast to this.
real fast because we're doing a staff report here.
Sorry, Steph. I'm a resident of the Delta, and I have lived
Your name for the record, please.
betters from the Delta, and a couple of things as we're sitting here. Granted that you guys were appointed to sit at this commission, this council here, part of our issues have been all along. The balance on this council is not balanced. The vast majority of you are coming up from urban Southern California interests. We're not balanced, besides Mr. Eisenberg, who's going to fully at this table, Mr. Collins, as far as on-the-ground experience. You're talking about bringing people in from Dutch, from Australia. You have people sitting in this room that have done this and engineered these levees and kept them functioning and safe for decades. You have expertise sitting right here, right now. I would strongly recommend that you have a council with engineering companies that are working with the reclamation districts in this district, in the area right now. You will get educated with people who are on the ground. You talk about emergency preparedness. It starts with the local fire protection district. It starts with the residents. We are first in line when there's a levee break, whatever it is. We are it. We exhaust all of our resources. Then the state comes in. We exhaust their resources. Then the federal government comes in. I'm working with the Central Valley Flood Protection on California's flood safe. A lot of the issues that are being addressed there coincide with this. You will find your answers, but your answers lie up here, and they lie in California, and they lie with people who might not be academics, politicians, scientists. They are the people that are literally in the dirt, on the ground, and they have done it before. That's where you're going to find a whole lot of your answers, and you will find the balance that you're looking for.
Okay.
The emergency plans, they are in place. Every county has one. And within each county, there's sub-one. And then there are the regional ones that come with the Delta. And one last thing, when you're making your statements about the catastrophic levee failures and what have you, distinction between North Delta, Central, and South. North Delta is above sea level. We don't deal with these things per se. Central and South is where you do have some of these problems, and we would appreciate if you would differentiate the regions within the Delta when we're making some of these broad statements.
Thank-
A lot more acceptance with stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, Dr. Dom?
Yeah, that's a good
We're going to have
point.
to,
But there's certainly tremendous temporal and spatial variation in the Delta. Hopefully, all of you have become more familiar with the Delta as a place.
go back to the fish chart and decide you have to move pretty rapidly, I'm
Okay,
afraid.
well, I'm going to just end with a couple slides here to basically go back to this question of what has caused the changes within the ecological system within the Delta. There are many potential stressors, many of which have been discussed at great length. It's not my intent here in this forum to go into all of the potential stressors. I put 12 of them on this figure. Some of them have to do with the hydrology and the hydrodynamics of the Delta. Others have to do with the food web and food resources in the Delta. Others have to do with toxicants or additions of solutes to the water in the delta, and others have to do with changes in the habitat within the delta. Each of these topics could be a briefing in and of itself. What I've done is highlight two that have been in the news a lot, and we have attempted to provide some additional scientific understanding of the two of them that are listed there, and I was just going to end with those two. The first one is an ongoing process that the State Water Resources Control Board is embarked on, and that is looking at flow requirements and flow criteria within the delta. And then the second one is the issue of whether or not nutrient loading to the delta has had a deleterious effect to the delta. The first of the ones I want to just provide as an example is this issue of ammonia and ammonium. This is my opportunity once again to provide a little bit of an educational input. We hear a lot in the news about ammonia. It's not ammonia, it's ammonium. It's mostly a dissolved salt that is a nutrient, that is part of the food web. It is not highly toxic, but it can become a structuring element as to what kind of organisms live in the delta. Ammonia is a gas, much like dissolved oxygen is a gas. It is toxic, but its control as to how much is in one form or the other is related to the temperature, the salinity, and predominantly the pH of the water. In the delta, the overwhelming amount of is ammonium, not ammonia. We brought together some experts from outside and some experts from inside to talk about this issue in March of 2009, to develop a research framework that has been embarked upon in most cases to try to address some of the complexities of this issue. We looked at three things. What is the transport and fate of the ammonium within the delta? Does the ammonium affect the structure of the food web within the delta? And does the ammonium converting to ammonia under the right kinds of conditions produce a toxicity effect on organisms living within the delta? That toxicity issue is one that is probably less important as a factor, but the transport and fate and the effects on food webs is an area where we are actively trying to get additional information. In San Francisco Bay, ammonium suppresses the growth of diatoms. That's pretty well known. Whether that occurs within the delta in the freshwater system is something that is being studied at this point in time. Diatoms are an important basal component of the food that fuels the food web of the delta. That's why we're trying to understand whether or not the ammonium has an effect both on the production and on who's doing the production. And one of the issues that is at play here is that we have seen over the last decade increasing blooms of some types of algae that are harmful, particularly microcystis. And whether there's a link between the ammonium and microcystis is another research issue that needs to be thoroughly addressed and is being thoroughly addressed at this time. So there's one example of one stressor. Again, I question the council to think about these issues as single stressors. These are multiple stressors having multiple effects, and we need to consider them as a holistic.
And your selection of these two examples is not intended to presume that they are the single most important stressors above all others.
They're basically things that we've been trying to work on to get better information in the past year. That's why I selected these two, not because I wanted to rank them as 1, 2 of the 12 that were listed earlier. The second one is this setting flow criteria. They had 3 days of hearings at the State Water Resources Control Board in March. I believe we have people here in the audience who were involved in setting up that meeting. There basically was a presentation by a group of experts, local experts brought together to provide some basic guidelines for the discussions. There were then a series of panels, 5 panels, that discussed these issues in more detail. And the State Water Resources Control Board is charged with later this year coming up with outflow criteria, and they will be doing that, and I know that the council is communicating with them on this process. These 5 bullets up here are things that a group of scientists came together to to present to the hearings. I don't really think it's worth going into much detail, but I'll go into just one or two of them really quickly. One is that when you alter flows from their historical conditions, you often set the stage differently for native versus non-native species. So the non-native species success in the Delta, it's a fairly good premise that flow alteration has played some role in that. And then another point that I think is worth making here is that it's not just amounts of water. We're not talking volumes of water. We're talking about when it flows, when it doesn't flow, how rapidly the flow changes. Things of that type are very important. It's not just quantity. Often flow criteria are often thought of as volumes of water, but it's much more than volume. It really has to do with timing, duration, rate of change, other kinds of aspects that are important for the queuing mechanisms for many of the organisms that live in this system. And then finally, my very last slide is basically to make the point that we're not alone in doing these kind of very difficult decision-making and water resource management processes. Two states that have codified statute that require them to do the flow criteria, like we're trying to do here in the Delta, are the states of Texas and Florida. The upper bullet there is the state statute in Florida. It's been on the books since 1972. They are now moving through all their estuaries, all of their major rivers, and all of their major springs to set flow criteria. Good number of the rivers are done, only a few of the estuaries have been done. Texas has a new state statute passed in 2007 that requires them to come up with flow criteria for their 7 major estuaries along the Gulf Coast of Texas. And so that process is ongoing. The draft recommendations for the first 2, the Sabine, I think, and the Matagorda, were just released. And so here's another example where this kind of decision-making and science information to support that decision-making is actively being engaged in other parts of the United States. So I just wanted to highlight that, there are resources, both local, but also outside of the local area, that can help us in some of our decision-making process. And with that, I'll open it up to questions, but those are, I think, were my slides.
Okay. I think as we encroach on the noon hour, there will be fewer questions. Dr. Don, thank you very much. We're going to return and circle around. We've made some notes on some issues that will be added to our list of things to be done, and I think there'll probably be some more, and they'll all be headed your direction. That priority list on stressors is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Mueller-Solberger. Dr. Mueller-Solberger runs an entity that's been around for 40 years and now contains 9 governmental agencies, and its primary focus is scientific research. And a lot of what you see, we talk about the independent science board for CalFed for us, but there's also the equally prominent, I've been told, although there are fistfights occasionally about who's better and all that effort that's been going on, and she kind of corrals all these agencies.
Well, thank you for this introduction. And yes, my name is Anke Müller-Solger. I am, in fact, the lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program, the acronym for which is IEP. And that's, you probably will hear this quite a bit, so IEP lead scientist. I'd also like to be clear that I'm one of your staff members, and I am, as such, a good connection, perhaps, I hope that I can be that, to all these different scientific efforts that are happening in individual agencies that have something to do with the Delta, at least those that are coordinated in the IEP. So with that, I will tell you what the IEP is very briefly, since it's working, since I don't have all that much time. Indeed, we've been doing this for 40 years. In 1970, there was the first memorandum of agreement signed in 1970 by 4 agencies, 2 federal, 2 state, 2 fish agencies, 2 water agencies. So this was the USBR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife on the federal side, DWR, DFG on the state side, in order to what at the time they were saying was to provide interagency organizational structure that would allow these agencies to work together to better conduct studies to evaluate the ecological effects of water project development on the Sacramento-San Joaquin estuary. So the focus at the time was very clearly on the water project development, and this, of course, had to do with the recognition that this water project development might have significant impacts on what was called the fish and wildlife resources in the system, and the coincidence of these 40 years of IEP with the 40 years of Earth Day today is not a coincidence. This was, of course, the increasing environmental awareness at the time that also led to this effort. So we've been at this now for 40 years, and we're now in 2010. We're currently operating under another MOU that was signed in 2000, and that was signed by 9 agencies, 6 federal and 3 state, and you can see them listed there in our logo. We will redo our MOU this year because they run for 10 years. We will likely add a few more, we'll see. But our focus has broadened a little bit, our mission, which is to provide scientific information for more efficient management of the estuary, but the focus is still quite a lot, and this also has to do with our funding sources, of course, on water project operations, which means, for example, that we have not paid much attention to things like contaminants that get into the water through discharges and so forth. We have paid a lot more attention to diversions of water and so forth. So, I did get to put in a little plug. I can't possibly tell you all about the IEP, what we have been doing over those 40 years and what we will be doing hopefully into the future in my allotted time here. So I was going to put in a plug for our website where you can find a bunch of information, but also our upcoming annual workshop, which will take place the same week as your next meeting in May, but the day is just prior to that. And we will talk about the history of the IEP, what we're doing currently, that's of course the main thing, but also the future of the IEP, and for that we will have a panel of directors from all these different agencies, and we've also invited Joe Grindstaff and your chair to hopefully participate in this panel to give their thoughts on where they see the science fit into your efforts or all the current ongoing efforts in this estuary and where they see the IEP going. So what have we been doing? One of our main things that we've been doing consistently over time is long-term monitoring of various biological, ecological resources in the system. You've seen this graph in a slightly different version before. Cliff Dahm showed it. What Cliff showed was basically the raw data. What this graph is actually the result of an analysis. Again, it's those 4 open water fishes. The word for the ecological term for open water is pelagic. Open water is pelagic, so these are 4 pelagic fishes. And I'll get to why I'm mentioning this here in the next slide. But anyway, this is actually the result of an analysis which at the bottom there also shows the likelihood of large changes in the trend or the absolute abundance of these fishes in the system. And you see this red bar there in 2002 showing up for all these 4 fish species, and at the same time you see the trends going steeply down. And this is what we've been calling the pelagic organism decline that we've observed simply from the raw data, but have since confirmed with these analyses that this one just got published in an important journal, Ecological Applications. And that happened together for these 4 species, which have very different life histories, and 2 of them, the upper 2 are native, the lower 2 are introduced. Very different life histories, very different types of fish, all live in the open water, all collapsed, literally, in 2002 at the same time. So something big happened there, and this has been called the pelagic organism decline. Other species, not just fish, also have problems, but of course we tend to concentrate on the fish. And this leads me to the other aspect of the IEP that has had a bit more of a checkered history over time. It sort of waxed and waned quite a lot, the research component of the IEP, to actually understand the trends that we've been following over time. And in recent years, we've had a bit of an upswing of this part of who we are, and we've coordinated this from the get-go very strongly with the formerly the CalFit Science Program, what's now the Delta Science Program. And this is to investigate what actually caused these declines. And we've been using this very simple conceptual model, which is very fish-centric, because that's what people care about, for quite a while now, to both try to guide our research and then try to synthesize and communicate our results. So very simply here, fish are in the middle, and you need some parents to make more little fish. So you have population dynamics of the actual fish there, but then you have other factors that are losses. Ecologically, we call them top-down factors. We have food that fish need to live, and we have to have a home that they live in. And of course, there's a heck of a lot more associated with each of these things, which is shown here a bit more in this next slide, where these boxes are filled in a little more. And we've been investigating over the last 5 years all of these things, and we've learned a lot about all these different things. And we've done this, as I said before, together with the Delta Science Program. And Cliff has actually already given you 2 examples of the things that we've been investigating as part of this. And I don't have time to go into any of this right now. So if you would like more briefings on any of these things, I'd be happy to do that in the future. What we have learned, or what we tried to do originally, was actually sort of a triage approach to figure out which of these things can we rule out, and then concentrate on the ones that we are ruling in. It turned out we couldn't really rule out anything, which is of course not a very satisfying thing. But what we found instead, and what ecologically is actually makes sense and is not at all uncommon, is that these things act in combination, and oftentimes different things act on different fish at different times, but in the end it's the combination of all of them that produce the trouble for our fish here. And what we've come to appreciate and understand, and what we're working on now, working on quantifying in particular, is this idea of the ecological regime shift that might have taken place in the system. And when I mentioned this to Phil Eisenberg the other day, he sort of stared at me and thought, what a term to use in ecology. But this is actually a term that is used a lot these days. I call it an
ecological coup d'etat.
This is actually a term that is permeating the ecological literature at rapid speed right now, because it's something that is happening all around the world, and people are recognizing it because many places in the world have monitoring programs in place now, long-term monitoring programs that make it fairly easy to recognize these things. In any case, what it means is, as it says right there, is a rapid reorganization of an ecosystem from one relatively stable state to another one. And we think this is kind of what we have here, where this most recent decline in 2002 of several pelagic fishes is, of course, only a part of a very long-term change that happened over a long time. Here, I'm showing this starting in 1873, where we had this sort of semi-original, relatively speaking, river estuary system, to the place where we are today, but where we have, and I'd like to introduce another term that's not on your handouts, but you will know this, the term resilience, where we have over time really reduced the resilience of this ecosystem to remain in a state that would support native species that have evolved in this system, like, for example, the delta smelt, which only occurs in this particular system, but also others like salmon. And now we have switched to something that really supports a different community. And to put it very, I don't particularly like this. I'm doing this because I don't like to oversimplify, but to popularize this a little bit, there are many places now in the delta that look a bit more like a weedy lake system and act as such, ecologically speaking, then they're really like an estuary. So I put here this picture of Clear Lake, which is a very productive lake in California, which has lots of weeds, lots of problems with toxic algae and so forth, and also great bass fishery. And all of these things we do have in the delta right now. So,
could I interrupt just for
sure.
a second? On the slide you had earlier with the 4 fish, and they all suffered a very catastrophic decline in numbers in 2002. Were there other fish that did not suffer the same decline?
Sure, there absolutely were, and I will show you one of them in just a moment. Absolutely. So
were these in different places?
That's exactly right. So that's why we call this the pelagic organism decline, because these are, first of all, open water fishes. So there are other fishes associated with shore habitat, for example, or with vegetated habitat, and I'll show you an example in just a second, that certainly did not suffer these declines.
Are these 4 fish native to the Delta?
No, 2 are native, 2 are not. These particular 4 fishes are the Delta smelt and longfin smelt, which are native. Delta smelt, in fact, is endemic, only occurs here. And then it also includes 2 non-natives, threadfin shad, which is a freshwater species, and of course, mostly, in the central part of the Delta, and striped bass, young of the year striped bass, young striped bass, which are anadromous. So, all right. So back to this one. So we've had this regime shift. We think there's a lot of literature on how to recognize regime shifts and how to quantify them, and also perhaps what to do about it. And so this might be a very useful concept for you to eventually include in your discussions. As well as that concept of resilience and trying to manage resilience of a system rather than a particular state. This embraces the idea of change, which the system is, of course, undergoing constantly. Anyway, as with many changes, as with all changes pretty much, there are winners and there are losers. I'm starting with the winners here, and I already mentioned some of them, and Cliff did earlier too. The winners are, in general, more the non-native species, and in some cases outright nuisance species. Like, for example, this little green ball in the middle there shows microcystis, which is a type of blue-green algae, which are really bacteria, cyanobacteria, that is now blooming in the Delta. And I don't know who's doing this, but thank you. Whoever is using the pointer. That's the one. And the one underneath it is also considered a nuisance species. It's an aquatic weed, Agarria densa, which has taken over many parts of the Delta, along with another one, water hyacinth, over the years. And the whole thing is expressed here in a paper by Cohen and Carton in Science in 1998, which hasn't been, to my knowledge, updated since then. It would be a good thing if it were, but anyway, it has resulted in them concluding that this might be the most invaded aquatic ecosystem in the entire world. Don't know if that's true, but certainly we have plenty of them here, and they keep coming in, and at least until 1998 or 19, whatever the scale there is, it was accelerating, this increase in invasive species. Just to also put a face to the winner, and perhaps to the winners, a human face, and perhaps talk a tiny bit about the economics. There can be upsides. So there are now very large bass tournaments in the system for largemouth bass, and that is one of those species that certainly did not show a decline. And is associated largely with vegetated areas and sort of dead-end slough type things. And there are this just happened recently. This was the March bass tournament in the Delta, where they had a $100,000 prize. Here's the winner, and the winner said that he fished from Virginia. That he fished in a dead-end slough that held deep, thick hydrilla. I needed to note this because hydrilla happens to be one exotic weed that we don't yet have in the Delta, to my knowledge. Although we do have it in that other place I pointed out earlier, which is Clear Lake. It's been found there and some other places in California as well. But the black bass or largemouth bass here, they do like these sorts of weedy places, so he probably fished in Agarria. And the announcer, this was on TV, the announcer kept saying, "This is a place where monsters live."
Is there a scientific answer to whether native species are better than non-native species?
Are better.
Yeah. Preferred, desired.
Yeah. So better is clearly a value judgment.
Yeah. One of the things that all scientists abuse me about is I keep asking for definitive answers, and they keep reminding me that this process is policy choices as well as science and other things, which we tend to forget.
Right. I mean, it's just the thing about the ecosystem is broken. Yes, the ecosystem that was there before isn't there anymore. However, there is an ecosystem, but is it the one we want? Because clearly there are losers, and the losers are listed here, shown here, and they are part of what makes this place unique. They are the species that actually either evolved here as the only place, which is the Delta smelt, or that are certainly unique to the West Coast and so forth, and part of the unique natural heritage, not to mention part of the biodiversity that we're trying to preserve on this planet. That might just be an important thing to keep in mind for humans. But, there's a lot of value judgment in there. So there's also the human face of a loser, a salmon fisherman. So just to point out regime shift, resilience, and winners and losers and all that, and there's value judgment and all of that. everyone that is not a scientist and works with scientists wants scientists to look into the future and give them predictions of what's coming next. And everyone who is a scientist tends to resent this because we try to do this, but what we can never quite do is do this with 100% certainty. But I will make one prediction with 100% certainty, and that is that more change will come. Unfortunately, I can't really tell you all the details about these changes as they happen. A lot of them are literally random effects. Others can be predicted, but only within certain certainty or uncertainty ranges. So anyway, you will have to deal, as Cliff already told you in his lessons earlier, with uncertainty, as do we. So our role as scientists is to identify and reduce uncertainty. We need to work with you, policymakers and managers, on this to help us figure out on which uncertainties or which areas we should actually focus to prioritize our science. But you can rely on us to point out the problems, as Cliff was saying. Then we need to work with you, but you really are in the driver's seat on this to decide and act under uncertainty that will persist. And again, this is the sentence that had...
I'm going to ask another stupid layman-type question. Is there a scientific basis for determining that it's good or bad from an environmental standpoint to have a delta smelt replaced with another fish or other species?
Well, that is a really tricky question, of course, you know.
I guess what I'm trying to say, what's the downside of having the components of the fish population change?
Well, at this point, sticking with delta smelt, it's really quite rare out there right now, obviously. So it clearly doesn't have much of a functional role anymore. It can't, since it's so rare. But it likely has had an important functional role in the past. We can't even quite assess anymore what that role was because we don't have that food web anymore that it was in, or that system that it was in, nor do we have the smelt and the numbers to really figure this one out. But clearly it was, it's basically a forage fish, a small fish that feeds other fish. Clearly, as such, it was likely an important part of the system and could serve that role again if it had the conditions that allowed it to grow and prosper again. It could serve again as food for salmon, which we humans prize a little more than delta smelt, for example.
From a natural standpoint, there's really nothing we can do, but if the delta smelt is being destroyed in the pumps, then obviously there is something that we can control.
There are certainly all sorts of knobs, and Cliff had these multiple stressors all listed. All of them basically represent knobs to one degree or another. The pumps are one, but there are quite a few others. And some are harder to turn, some are easier to turn. The huge change in the landscape itself is probably the hardest one, but on the other hand, you are tasked with talking about ecosystem restoration to some more desired state, whatever that means exactly, which is dealing with the landscape. But, there's lots of knobs, and actually, quite importantly, many of these knobs will have to be turned together. Another thing we're always asked to do, and in fact right now the National Academy of Sciences is tasked with doing just that, is to rank the stressors, to give you a sense which ones are the most important ones. But it almost doesn't matter so much. The fact of the matter is that many of them interact, and that many of them are important just by themselves, no matter the others. And so really, if there's 12 of them and you remedy 11 of them, but not the 12th, you might still be in trouble, So, which is not really good news at all for policymakers or decision makers.
However, you have actually managed to create a PowerPoint chart which I tentatively approve of. I hate PowerPoint.
Okay.
Which is the next one, which is almost a rational understanding of the elements in decision-making. I thought about it a long time, and what you put together is this combination of policy, science, and management. That's not bad as a way to think about how you decide. Mr. Fiorini?
Yes. You've identified the winners and the losers, the species that are in, with examples, no doubt. There's more. That are in conflict with the environment in which they reside. Can you envision an environment, an ecosystem in the Delta where the winners and the losers could both survive and thrive?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's really about putting certain conditions in place, and whoever was here speaking from the Delta earlier, the Delta certainly isn't one just homogeneous place, although we've tried our best to make it as homogeneous as possible. It's big, and there are different parts to it, and it's connected to the up and down watersheds, it's connected to the ocean. So we could, and this is in fact what you will have to talk about, concentrate on certain areas to do more restoration where we think more restoration actually would make a difference versus others where perhaps we don't talk so much about it, but those might be areas where, say, the bass could remain happy or something, if that's something that we think is so valuable that we want to maintain. But again, that's a value judgment, and me, scientist, I could tell you perhaps, where delta smelt might have a better chance if you restored areas than where not, and so forth, but I won't tell you go do this because it's valued. So.
Mr. Roos Collins, just...
Oh, sorry. I thought you were satisfied. Okay. Well, the last chart here is something I've certainly not thought of myself by any means. It's the adaptive management cycle, a little bit simplified, and also put in, I guess I did do that, put in the players, basically, which has you at the top, conveniently, as I see your role at least.
That is not a scientific judgment to place it at the top, but a value judgment?
But then you obviously have to work with all sorts of people that would implement whatever Delta plan you actually end up coming up with, as well as how that works with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and so forth. Those would be more management type things. And for all of this, you have to work with existing knowledge. As it is right now, that's your knowledge base. You have to exploit that. Don't ignore it, but you have to work with existing knowledge. But then you will have to, or somebody will have to monitor, and this is where it starts being more scientific, the outcome of your actions or your planned actions, and evaluate them and really learn from them. And this is how new knowledge is, of course, created, and ideally this should then help reduce uncertainty and make for better policy and planning the next time around. And the whole thing needs to keep going. And I'd like to particularly emphasize, too, the connection, the learning part there, the connection between science and policy, which in my mind, and that's my opinion, in the past has perhaps not been as tight as it should be and could be. And I hope that with the new council and the fact that you have a science program and a science board, we will be able to do this better.
Thank you. Mr. Natoli and I have just been called over to the Capitol for the budget hearing. Our apologies. Members will be back as soon as we can. Mr. Fiorini and Ms. Gray are going to ramrod this operation.
And I'm actually done here. This was my last slide. After me, Keith Coolidge had a few more slides that would talk a little more about the actual conflicts that are persisting over time and how you will solve them all. Any more questions for me before I step down there? Richard, Bruce Collins?
Anka, thanks to you and to Cliff for very clear presentations.
Thank you.
You talked about the one thing you're certain about. I'll tell you one thing I'm certain about, which is we must deliver a final plan by January 2012. Mm-hmm. And in the course of figuring out how to relate policy management and science, we have to manage uncertainty in science and make policy which will have management consequences, right? So we need to know whether it's that 12th stressor that makes all the difference for a given species we intend to preserve, or whether the first 11 are what count. Any thoughts about how we're going to get from here to there in terms of using science to create the policy that has the management consequences?
Well, luckily the National Academy of Sciences has been brought on to give you that ranking. I'm so hopeful that they'll actually do that.
But you can't pass the buck. That question's to you.
But as far as we are concerned, we have lots of ideas, certainly, how important things are sort of on their own end in relation to others, although we've resisted this ranking because it's really a moving target. It's different fish, different season, different places and so forth where they come into play more or less. In the end, it will be up to you to basically decide which of them are also politically feasible and so forth to actually address. And it's a matter of money. clearly, because a lot of things are much more expensive than other things and so forth. So there's some low-hanging fruit that you might want to bite off first just because of that and so forth.
Anka, in terms of biodiversity, which is obviously an important component of any ecosystem, can we say that the Delta is more or less biodiverse today compared to 10 or 25 years ago?
Whew. That's an interesting question. Certainly in terms of the native species, it's less diverse than it used to be because we've actually lost some and others are hardly there anymore in terms of numbers. We've, on the other hand, introduced a lot of species, but there are not those that are found here. They exist elsewhere, so we're basically homogenizing the globe as such with species that can handle these human types of conditions, human imposed. So those are tend to be, nutrient-rich situations, for example, and many other things, where things are more stable. And so we are favoring those, and we're doing this across the globe. So on a global scale, at least, we're certainly reducing biodiversity at an incredible rate. Here in the Delta specifically, again, we've introduced species, so we've gained some, we've lost others. I really don't know what the balance might be, but I could look into this for you. And by the way, you have rolled up there on your seats a poster, or perhaps even two, that were produced, part of the IEP by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, that will show you the species that we currently have in the Delta for fish and aquatic plants. The fish one shows you too which ones are native and which ones are not.
If we get these invader species who are able to adapt and thrive under the newer, more current conditions, does that make a more viable ecosystem?
Viable is an interesting term again, So I introduced this term resilience, and really what we're talking about is ecosystem services, things we want from an ecosystem. And your co-equal goals actually have two. One is water supply reliability, which is very hard to do in the Mediterranean climate. And the other one is actually you say ecosystem, but then in the next sentence you go on to qualify that, and it includes the cultural heritage and so forth. And those are ecosystem services. Will the system that we have now provide those? Well, some of them it clearly doesn't, like, for example, salmon. Another thing it really increasingly doesn't do anymore because of Endangered Species Act issues is that water supply reliability, which, of course, the Endangered Species Act stuff is on top of the Mediterranean climate and the usual fluctuations, plus things like seismicity that might mess with the levees and so forth. This is an incredibly fragile system, both ecologically and economically, in terms of the landscape, in terms of the species. And I think we have reduced over time, slowly, the resilience of the system to withstand any sort of change. And in terms of the species, what we've seen as a result is this collapse of a certain community of species in the system. And Keith Coolidge is coming up next.
Okay, I know the hour is late, and you're thrilled to see me yet again, so we'll move quickly through this. But I did want to sort of touch on a couple of points. We'll talk a little bit about how we move water through the Delta now, which has set up some other conflicts, and then wrap it up heading into the Delta Plan, which is really your focus over the next few years and our focus this afternoon. The CalFed program was set up to deal with Bay Delta conflicts. They really looked at four. The Delta ecosystem was at the center of competing demands. Water supplies weren't fully reliable. Water quality degradation made it difficult and expensive to meet drinking water standards. Treating it at the source rather than at the tap, difficult to do. Water that was good for fish was not necessarily good for drinking water. The Delta levees, we've talked about the failures that threatened urban ag and environmental uses. One thing that was missing in this approach, well, the co-equal goals are really embedded in there of water supply and ecosystem. The second sentence of the charge that you all were given, which is the co-equal goals shall be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, agricultural values of the Delta. That is really the new charge, is to take those co-equal goals and work with them in the context of the Delta as a place. That built on the work that was done in Delta Vision, and really adds to the co-equal goals that CalFed was trying to address. You really get the sense of Delta as a place this time, and that's one of the things we're really going to have to wrestle with. From a water supply perspective, how do we get water across the Delta? You're in an airplane, you're flying a little higher than Mr. Fiorini flies when he heads into Sacramento. But we're coming in over the Forebay. Up here is Sacramento, Stockton is over here. Most of the water that comes into the Delta, the freshwater, about 80% of it comes from the Sacramento River. Coming north to south, about 15% is coming up the San Joaquin from south to north. The remaining 5% is the tributaries along the eastern edge, the McCollum, Cosumnes. And so, primarily, we have designed a system to take Sacramento River water, that 80%, that very fresh, very good water, divert it across the cross-channel just south of Hood, move it down Old and Middle Rivers toward the pumps. The San Joaquin River, again, coming up south to north, which would normally flow straight out to sea. We've also designed it to pull some of that water over to the pumps. And when we're really pumping, we can take Sacramento River water that doesn't go through the cross-channel and even pull it back, along with some associated salinity, into that Old and Middle Rivers. That is the highlighted path here, known as through Delta conveyance. It is how we get water across the Delta these days. It is a virtual pipeline, the Sacramento River down to the pumps, and it has caused, it's at the heart of the conflicts that we see. This also was a series of charts developed through the water plan, used extensively in Delta Vision. It gets to the heart of what Chair Eisenberg was talking about when we need to find the right balance and the right mix. The top chart represents a wet year. You're seeing a lot of inflow, almost 30 million acre-feet of water coming in from the Sacramento River. And you're seeing that exports are actually at their lowest during a wet year because we don't need to pull a lot of water out of the system. Reservoirs are full, local reservoirs are full, the demand is down, and so you see a lot of outflow to the Delta. It's almost a 10-to-1 ratio. In a normal year, you still have a lot of water coming into the system. Your exports are up to just over 6 million acre-feet. But you still have about 18 million acre-feet flowing out to sea. So your flow ratios are still 3-to-1, 10-to-1, 3-to-1. But when we get into a dry year, and this is when the water is most critically needed everywhere, you're looking at reduced exports, but you're also seeing that the outflow to the bay now, instead of a 10-to-1, instead of a 3-to-1, it's a 7-to-5 ratio. It's much closer to a 1-to-1 ratio. And what this pointed to in Delta Vision and points to is the interrelationship of storage, conveyance, and the Delta, that you all of these things really have to come together so that you're creating a better balance between the water that comes into the Delta, the outflows that are necessary for the environment, as well as the water that needs to go to the water users. When we put restrictions, particularly on pumping, actions have consequences. Right now, when smelt are in this area, the biological opinions, the court have said you need to reduce pumping. This is reducing that reverse flow on Old and Middle Rivers. And the same is true for salmon and the San Joaquin. When we're reducing pumping, we have consequences. You're looking at Delta exports, in average about 5.7 million acre-feet. Last year, we only pumped about 3.6 million. 1.6 was due to the drought, and about 500,000 acre-feet was due to pumping restrictions. So you're looking at real consequences. When we're not pulling that water out, farmers in the San Joaquin Valley are not planting crops. You're looking at higher unemployment. You can quibble over the numbers, and certainly various economists have quibbled over the causes of high unemployment in the San Joaquin Valley, but some of that, at the very least, is attributable to the fact that we don't have as much water going to those crops. At the same time, you're looking at a salmon season that has been closed for the last 2 years. This year is opened only on a very small basis. That is a huge industry as well that has been severely impacted by operational issues in the Delta, or the consequences of some of the things that we're doing. It's not all pumps, but and you're looking at, as Anka and Cliff had talked about, the pelagic organism decline. So all of these things have consequences for everyone, and it's the Delta plan that is really going to have to pull all of that together with some assistance from a comprehensive legislative package. We missed a slide here, but it doesn't matter. So we talked about how do you really account for groundwater monitoring. When actions have consequences, when Central Valley farmers aren't getting as much water out of the projects, they turn to groundwater pumping, and that depletes the groundwater. You may have it in your packet. It's not here. As a slide that showed some of the dots in the Central Valley. That's showing the increase in groundwater overdraft that is a consequence of when pumping is reduced, you're turning to groundwater pumping. So SB 7X in this last fall session increased groundwater monitoring, so we really begin to know what is happening and what are the results of those consequences. Statewide water conservation, the 20 by 2020 plan, regardless of which solutions you pick, a conservation ethic, water use efficiency, is incredibly important on a statewide basis. Water diversion is use. We talked earlier this morning about really getting an understanding of where water is going and where it's used and how it's used, so that you can begin to really look at the overall picture and pattern and begin to balance your system. That was what was important about SBX 7-8. And of course, a water bond to help finance all that, although not directly related, indirectly related to the package. The most important bill probably in that entire package is the bill that created the council, the Delta governance, and the need for the Delta plan, SB 7X1. And I just skipped through all of that. But truly, as we looked at the interrelationships this morning, as we looked at how it's all interconnected, the water plan sets it up by putting up water balances, but it is the Delta plan that is really going to talk about how you achieve those balances and how you make that work for co-equal goals that also recognize the Delta as a place. And just to reinforce the Delta as a place, this is one of Marty Stanley's paintings. And with that, Mr. Chair, we are done with PowerPoints for a while.
Since we're lacking a chair, I would ask if there's any questions of Keith. If not, it's time to break for lunch. Would the council members agree on, it's 10 minutes to 1 now, reconvening 1:30? Is that adequate? All right, then we're dismissed until 1:30.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. 1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. This is my Germanic side.
that mean you get audited for? Precisely.
Young lady, you're... Okay, ladies and gentlemen, meeting's called back to order. A quorum is present and noticed. Standing over on the podium is Terry McCullough, our engineer and grand wumpty-wump on the contracting selection process and chair of the staff committee doing this stuff. So let's go on. I am going to ask you to proceed now, if you would, please.
Okay. I think Joe had a few comments he wanted to make before I got started.
Oh, okay. Whatever you want.
Okay. Today, we're requesting some specific actions to move forward with the Delta
Could you
Plan
get closer to the microphone?
contract.
Raise it a bit. Raise the mic a bit.
They're going to tune it up.
And you are going to talk about what a crazy process this is and how sorry we are. And the process that we do for ourselves when we develop our own regulations will be open and transparent. So that's what Terry wanted to make sure I said. This is kind of a weird...
We inherited a process. In order to get it done quickly, we've had to do it. So we have strange things like saying Company A and Company B. It's not the way I've ever done business in public agencies before, not the way we intend to do business in the future. Okay.
Yes, we're dealing with an interesting process, but it is getting us where we need to be. So, the requested actions we have today for the Delta Plan contract to be able to move forward, I'm just going to paraphrase them to start. On the last slide of this presentation is the specific language to be up there during your discussion. We're asking that the council concur with the selection panel on our recommendation about the selected contractor and to request the Department of Water Resources to execute a contract for $9.5 million for a period of 2 years. Also, to execute an initial task order for project management, the Delta Plan outline, the interim plan, and communications for the amount of $2 million, and also to assign the contract and task order to the council as soon as possible. In addition, we're asking the council to direct staff to seek an independent consultant to assist the council in its review of BDCP and the associated EIS, EIR. And I have a slide on that to explain a little more about what that's about in a while.
Okay. The second slide, I gather, is explaining why this is so weird.
Yes.
Yes.
We have to maintain confidentiality in this process, all through this contracting process, which means that we're prohibited from publicly disclosing the identities of the applicants, their scores, and the rankings until the contract is fully executed. This is to preserve the state's negotiating position should things not pan out with the first, so we can negotiate with the next, and so on and so on. So when we talk about the applicants and the consultants through this presentation, we are going to be calling them consultant A, B, C, and D.
Well, I just want to make one thing clear. Council members, these are Department of Water Resources requirements, and we're stuck with living with them. But I want to make clear that council members have received each of the bid proposals from A, B, C, and D, and had an opportunity to review them. We are not allowed yet to release them under DWR policy, but we have done that, correct?
Yes. The council members have copies of the actual proposals. They're aware of the identities and also the scoring and ranking.
Right.
Okay, first a quick recap of where we've been already. Prior to the first council meeting, which was April 1st, 3 weeks ago, we had advertised the request for qualifications, the RFQ. We had received the proposals and completed the initial screening. In the RFQ, it was broken into 3 elements. We were looking for qualified teams for project management, technical services, and environmental services. And all decisions on selection of the consultant are reserved for the council. The council's meeting, as I said, was on April 1st, was the first meeting, and they directed us to continue with the process that was underway. A few more reminders of what has to be done and how it has to be done. The Delta Plan and its environmental documents have to be completed by January 1, 2012. That's a statutory requirement, statutory deadline. All the work for this or under this contract will be done by task order at the direction of the council. And also the Delta Plan has to meet federal consistency requirements. This is some background on the outreach that was done for the RFQ. First, it was advertised in the state contracts register, which made it available to about 350,000 vendors across California and the country. We posted it on the council's website and also distributed it to about 800 contacts on the Delta Vision listserv. We held a mandatory pre-bid conference, and about 150 people attended that, representing approximately 50 firms.
Ms. McCauley, can I just, one question? I recall from some provision that, or some report the staff had given, that we had also received a list of the individuals and firms who had downloaded the RFQ off the state site, and if I'm not mistaken, there were 16 pages of names.
There were 16 pages of names, small print, and I have those statistics right down there at my chair. Okay. I can't see them right now.
All right.
But it was a lot. Okay, from all of that, we received 4 proposals, which may not sound like a lot, but each proposal was made up of teams from 50 to 60 people each, and those teams also represented about 20 or more firms. We received three of the firms that submitted on all elements of the Delta Plan contract: project management, technical services, and environmental services, and one company just submitted for technical services. The selection panel was made up of 4 people, 3 council executive staff, and 1 staff from the Department of Water Resources, Architecture and Engineering contract staff. They're the ones that are providing the contracting vehicle for us. All of the firms met the scoring criteria that was set out in the RFQ, and they advanced to the interviews. Again, this is the point where we were at your first council meeting 3 weeks ago. So upon your direction to continue, we held interviews the following week on April 7th and 8th. All of the council members were invited to observe, and the chair was able to sit in on each of the interviews.
I just want to make a couple of notes. I decided, after thinking about this a bit, not to participate in the discussion, but only observe the interviews. It seemed to me with a 4-person staff review committee that would do the scoring, it made sense not for me to try to interfere with that. So the depth of my participation was a couple hours of listening to the proposals, each proposal, and saying, I'm Phil Eisenberg, observing. A lot of people gave me a puzzled look, but I thought that was the best procedure, nor did I sit in on the scoring sessions.
Okay, we finished the evaluations on April 12th and concluded negotiations with the highest ranking firm the next day. This is a summary of the evaluation results and how the consultants ranked. First, remember, we are only calling these consultants A, B, C, and D. The scoring was based on a combination of the qualifications as presented in the proposal and the interviews. And also each of these 3 elements was scored separately, because we had the option of breaking the contract into 3 separate parts. For the project management element, consultant A ranks significantly higher than the other 2, primarily based on the extensive experience of the project director. Consultant Consultant A's project director had demonstrated experience managing projects and consultant teams of similar scope, including projects associated with the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, the Salton Sea Restoration Program, and BDCP, and more. For the technical services element, all 4 firms proposed strong teams. However, Consultant A did overall score somewhat higher. They did have the most relevant and extensive experience, but it was tight, and any of the teams probably could have done the job. For environmental services, the 3 firms that applied on this one, again, they all identified strong teams. Consultant A, again, ranked higher than the other 2 based on their experience with preparing environmental documents and also their understanding of the Coastal Zone Management Act and program. Now a slide on the need for a consultant to deal with, an independent consultant to work on BDCP. The council has a role with regard to BDCP as a responsible agency and also as an appellate body, and will need an independent consultant to assist on these, in this work. So we're looking to this contract to provide the review assistance. Each of the firms that submitted, though, has current or past BDCP relationship. So the staff is recommending that we retain a consultant with no prior or current BDCP involvement, that the consultant be selected and directed by the council, and that they be retained by the approved Delta Plan consultant and funded through the Delta Plan budget.
I want to add here that my hope is that we can get that done by the next meeting so that you could actually have somebody here that, and I anticipate really beginning to address BDCP at the next meeting, that in our process, again, I wasn't on the selection committee, but I was in the interviews, and learned counsel had insisted that we ask lots of questions about who had worked on what in the past. And I guess it's true, when you have something as big and as important in this, all of these people had at some point or another, or most of the people, and certainly people on each and every one of the teams had had an involvement in BDCP in one way or another. And it just seemed to us that, you know, we need to be able to provide the council with independent advice, and therefore it's probably best that we just set that aside and make that a special part of this contract, so that we are sure that nobody's tainted or has the appearance of being tainted moving ahead. So just, that was an important thing, and I think for me, being in the room, listening as they did these evaluations, and actually with all of the questions, and people would stand up and say, well, I did this work, and I did this work, and I did, you know, it was obvious, you know, we really do need that independence for the council.
Let me just add one thing. I've now been to 2 budget hearings, one in the Assembly Budget Sub yesterday, the other in the Senate Budget Committee, where Supervisor Matoli is currently going through the budget for the Delta Protection Commission. And in both hearings, the issue of independence, you know, you're an independent state agency, are you acting independently? Didn't DWR tell you what to do? Was raised. And as I explained to the Senate today, the staff was proposing this. I said I supported it, couldn't speak for the council, but we'll deal with it today. I think this will be viewed significantly in the context of this. And one of the things we want to do after we get through the main part of this, if it's acceptable to all of us, is to actually chat a bit further about how to do it and what we're looking for, because my hunch is going to be that this is going to be a multi-stage process for independent review. The responsible agency role is different from the appellate role. We'll need different information at various stages. I don't know quite what that implies yet, but I'd like to reserve some time to talk about it if the decision's that way.
Okay, on to the next slide here. All of the work done under the Delta Plan contract, as I'd mentioned, will be done through task orders, and we need to get started right away.
Could you tell me in simple English what a task order is, please?
A task order is like a little mini contract that details out the specific work you want done,
Got it?
as opposed to the contract is getting in place qualified individuals to do
Okay.
the work in a broader sense. For the first task order, these are the things we recommend be included. That the contractor or the consultant prepare a project management plan for the entire Delta Plan project by the council's next meeting, that they be authorized for ongoing project management activities, that they prepare a Delta Plan outline by the council's next meeting, that they provide assistance for the development of the interim plan, and at the council's direction, that they subcontract with a firm or individual with no previous BDCP connection, that they organize and facilitate workshops as directed by the council, and provide implementation support to the interagency coordination team, and that they assist in the development of a communications plan. This is my last slide with the actual text of what we're requesting. Do you want me to read through it?
I think we ought to work through this pretty carefully, if you don't mind.
Okay. The requested actions, the first is concur with the recommendation of the selection panel on the consultant, which is Consultant A, and request the Department of Water Resources in consultation with council staff. Yes, Chris?
I think we changed that to coordination. Consultation.
Okay.
So it's a one-word change.
One-word change. Which line?
Line 2?
Line 2, delete consultation and substitute?
Coordination.
Coordination.
Okay, so this is how it would read. Concur with the recommendation of the selection panel and request the Department of Water Resources in coordination with council staff to take the following actions as soon as possible. A, execute a contract with the selected contractor for a term of 2 years in an amount not to exceed $9.5 million. Do you want to stop there, or shall I keep going?
Yeah, I do. I want to make sure I understand. Signing a contract for the full amount does not mean that the contractor automatically gets the full amount. It means that, subject to the execution of these task orders, interim mini-contracts, specific obligations, specific duties, and all of that will be laid out and then funded consistent with council action, right?
That's correct.
Okay, because I think I raised, and somebody else raised at the last meeting, the fear that we give away all the money at one time, and then we think of new and different ideas, and they say, well, give us more money and we'll answer the questions, which is not the way I wish to proceed.
Right. It'll be task order by
Okay.
task order with associated budget
Okay.
and deliverables.
Yes, Ms. Gray.
That's another question. If in fact we would like to add to the task order, is that appropriate once the contract is signed? Is it open-ended in terms of tasks to be added?
Yes, the task order will come each time with recommendations for what we believe the next tasks should be, but you give us direction if there are other things or other directions you want.
Okay.
So for example, the list that is being accumulated of ideas, suggestions, questions may generate 2, 3, 4, 5 requests to consultants to assist in the preparation of that, as opposed to just internal to us. Matter of fact, should, in my judgment.
That's right.
Because we need the foundational information. Okay? All right, that's A, the 9.5.
Okay. B is to prepare and execute an initial task order under the contract in an amount not to exceed $2 million for project management, the Delta Plan outline, the interim plan, and communications. Do you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
C is to assign the contract and the initial task order to the council as soon as possible, or practicable.
I'm sorry, that is the provision in the request for qualifications where at a point certain, we tell Department of Water Resources we're in charge. Now that's time, right? We
Yes.
kind of gave them a notice of intention last time. This is the intention if we act this way?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right.
And then the second, number 2 up here on this slide, is that we're requesting that the council direct staff to seek an independent sub-consultant to review the development of BDCP and its associated EIR and EIS.
Okay, questions? Mr. Fiorini, then Mr. Bruce Collins.
Just to be clear on that, we're leaving it up to the consultant to find a sub-consultant, but what would...
No, it's to be done, we will direct them. We will work with them and identify a sub-consultant that's totally independent.
Okay, that's what I...
They will basically provide the contracting vehicle.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Terry, I have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
The first has to do with the term "as soon as possible" in requested action number 1. Your prior slide recommends that we aim to have the consultant on board and in fact delivering their first work product within 1 month. Can we put a little more edge on "as soon as possible," with meaning specifically an expectation that this will occur in time for the first work product to be delivered to us by the next meeting?
What we've been, did you want to answer it, Joe?
Yes. The simple answer is yes. I think our intent is, if the council approves this, to see if we can't sign the contract tomorrow and do the task order by next week or the week after.
Okay.
So the intent is, and so certainly if you wanted to change that from as soon as possible to within the next 2 weeks, or in order, in time, so that we could have their participation at the next meeting, something like that would be fine.
Joe, my personal view is that we should not put a specific deadline on staff to complete contract negotiations, but we should
Pretty damn quick.
have a mutual understanding.
Yeah. By the way, in case anybody ever asked, the RFQ contains all of these odd provisions that we're talking about, so it's not as if people were unaware if they read the request for qualifications, including this methodology that we're going through.
And secondly, Mr. Chair, I do have questions about the meaning of independence in requested action number 2. Are you proposing to defer that discussion until after we move the requested actions?
Are you talking about in the recommended actions?
Correct.
Okay. I'll do it whatever way you prefer. I don't mind talking about it right now, what independent means. We're reasonably clear from the staff report that it means shall not currently or previously have worked for, and by implication shall not during the course of this contract work for a BDCP-related project.
Yes, and I support that.
Yeah.
My question is whether the term should have a broader meaning, and specifically whether it is permissible for this independent sub-consultant to have worked previously for the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project, or otherwise have an association with the operations that are being addressed by BDCP. So do you have a recommendation about prior association with the projects themselves?
I'll tell you what I was thinking, and then you tell me if that's what the council thinks. What I was thinking is that it needs to be an entity that isn't tainted, and so I wasn't even thinking just about the projects. I was thinking, for example, doing the Central Valley Flood Control Plan, which has intimate links to the plan and BDCP, and they have contracts with DWR that aren't part of the state project, but people might perceive, well, they have this contract with DWR. I was thinking even people who do major work in Southern California, where they may have a contract with a water provider that gets a significant amount of their water from the project, that we need to be careful about appearances. So what I was thinking is that we would try and find somebody that has the depth of expertise necessary, but that has not been at all involved in the California battles, if you will, about water and our internal fights here in the state. And that's a challenge because we have some of the very best people in the world here. And the very best people in the world have been called in to work on these intractable problems. So it's not just simple that we go out and find a wonderful party that has never had anything to do with it. But I think it is possible to do, and I think that brings you an independence in reviewing the work. I also think it will benefit the projects because people with new eyes sometimes see things that those of us that have been around it for so long don't see. So in my mind, I was thinking, yeah, really a broad kind of, let's find some true independence.
I support the broader approach.
Yeah.
And indeed, I mean, I understand that those who have worked for the BDCP, or for that matter, have other connections more generally to the projects, have wonderful capacities, but I am certain that we can find a consultant who has wonderful capacity and completely fresh eyes, and that's what you're describing. That makes sense to me.
There's even a scientific foundation for what you suggested. Dr. Dom said that one of the things you have to consider in all of these things is start with the human equation and always factor it in. And these perceptions are fundamentally important when you talk about controversial public policy. And I predict, by the way, Mr. Grindstaff, that you will not be able to easily identify a person, but and over time you will want to have far more than one person.
Right.
Particularly for the appellate stuff, that would be a difference in kind. But I absolutely agree on the need for speed, and I tend to favor an expansive definition, although I'm sure nothing is perfect.
Nothing is perfect, and of course, it's in the eye of the beholder, but I understand that Joe is proposing to come back with recommendations at our next meeting.
Yes.
And we will then make that judgment.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Natoli, I apologize for starting. You survived your budget hearing. Okay. Any particular questions you have on this? Yes, sir.
Just if I could, I appreciate the forwarding of the information, certainly that has been contained in the agenda item, but also obviously as background for council members. And again, it was made very clear that that was all confidential information prior to us making any decision. I will just say that obviously word may have gotten out there in the street a bit because I did receive some contacts, but did not speak with anybody about it. But and so I don't know. Again, my question is, though, of staff is that so has the by virtue of what's coming forward here, and the negotiation will take place very quickly. Has that been shared with the consultant that's being recommended, and has it been shared with the others, and so they know, or no, that's not? Just, again, I want to be familiar with the process a little bit different than when I'm familiar with the county level, but again, I appreciate the confidentiality part of that, and I've adhered to that, but I want to know what it is.
It's only been shared with the consultant that ranked the highest at this point. So the others do not know their ranking.
Okay. But if they have been contacted following their interview, then they presume that they weren't at least ranked the highest. Is that
right?
So people make deductions, not based upon necessarily any. Okay.
I want to add to that that there were some subcontractors that were part of multiple teams, so they would know. Okay, this team that I'm a part of was the highest ranked, and so it's not surprising that the word is on the street, as you say, because I have also been contacted, as I know other board members or council members have.
Okay, all right, good. You clarified that. I just wanted to make sure they got on the record. I guess just the other question, and it goes to certainly the independence discussion that other members have brought up, and that is as it relates certainly to the BDCP, and I think the ability of this council to have that independent review, certainly, again, taking nothing away from who may be on the consultants team, but I do think that that's a very, very critical piece, and I think the approach that's being suggested here, again, I'm not familiar with what might be other approaches, but I think this one certainly provides the council the independence that it needs in evaluating certainly that work product, whatever comes of it, and so I certainly am very supportive of that. I guess the last question, and it kind of came out of some of the conversation we had. Strasburg was making a presentation to the committee, the Senate, just a little while ago, is that as it relates to the interface between, maybe you already asked this, so I'm being redundant, Mr. Chair, just to jump in, the interface in between staff to the council, who both, whether it's executive director and or others, and the relationship between the folks that are ongoing employed versus the consultant who will be employed for the project term, whatever that is. And so what is the relationship and who will oversee that? Is it I'm curious.
The staff person directly responsible is Terry McCauley, and she is the owner, if you will, if this were house construction.
She was also fingered by me as a likely candidate for that slot when the Senate Finance Committee sub pressured me on the same question.
It's on the record.
So Terry McCauley is that person. The consultants we're hiring a general contractor, if you will, to oversee all of these other subcontractors, and that's the project director and project manager, project management team, really. They perform the function of the general and oversee then what will probably be an array of some of their own team and some of other construction or other engineering firms and other planning firms that will do the work that's necessary for this plan. So we have a general, and then we have beneath that, we focused on two different areas. One was technical services, and we have a wide variety of those, from legal to communications, and then environmental services, the team that is to develop the EIR, EIS.
Okay, but then Terry will be the lead person from the standpoint of the council, that the interface certainly you as our interim director, but again, so...
But she reports to me and she reports to you.
And she's the public interface as well, so if you have members of the public or other government entities and so forth, she would be, certainly properly funneled through the chair into this council.
And we make her home telephone number available on the website.
Relying heavily on our
like
communications staff.
Okay. No, again, I want to be clear about kind of the line, and I think I understand it now, so, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And if I can add one more thing to the house analogy, the Delta Plan would be the biggest house I'm responsible for, but there are other houses I'm responsible for, too.
That's the observation, that there's inherited duties under CalFed Bay Delta, which is something we have to keep in mind. We have to maintain the existing programs as well as do the new ones. Okay, other questions? Other questions, my members? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to us on this issue? Ms. Rogers is coming to her feet. Do you wish to speak to us, Ms. Rogers? Ryan Becerra? Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
My name is Ryan Becerra. I'm with the Baltimore Department of Shanahan. We represent a number of upstream agencies, including agricultural as well as M&I agencies. And this issue of independence is extremely important, and it applies not only to BCP, which is very important in itself, but also because this is a new body. I think you also need to consider independence from consultants who may have worked on developing the Delta Region strategic plan. It would be problematic if this body ends up cutting and pasting these out of that plan, given your independence, and that the legislation provides quite a number of other factors as well as the strategic plan to consider in developing the Delta plan. So, in terms of independence, I think you might want to consider independence clauses for strategic plan consultants similar to what you're talking about in relation to BDCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is the, I'm sorry, Slotnick.
Yeah, independence, of course, is correct.
For the purposes of some members who might not have yet met you, but will hear from you frequently in the course of this, would you do a brief introduction, please?
Sure. I'm Craig Zlotnick. I'm here on behalf of the State and Federal Contractors Water Agency. Appreciate the independence issue, and I just hope there will be consideration if you extend that out to any consultant that might have had business with the state and federal water projects, which is probably a fairly long list of folks that have been involved in these issues. The only question might be, what is going to be the learning curve of somebody who doesn't know anything about this stuff, and your short time frame, et cetera. So I just think that's a consideration.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else in the audience like to speak to us on this issue? All right, council members, unless there's questions, the staff has given us what's on the board now, which is the last slide in the packet, amended with one word change. Under requested actions, paragraph 1, line 2, consultation is deleted and the word coordination is substituted. Now, we've had generic discussions on scope of independence and so on. I don't think we're looking at language to amend this, but let's see. All right, is that understood as the motion? I think I've got it right. All right, any questions by members? Questions? Okay, motion. Mr. Rhys-Collins?
Just a brief comment. I do agree with Mr. Zlotnick that we should not have a prescriptive definition of independence.
Has never been to California nor ever thought about a subject
And as far as I'm concerned, the discussion that we had established a joint understanding, which is more than sufficient to guide staff.
Okay.
And with that, I move that we adopt the...
Okay. Mr. Johnson seconds that motion. Discussion. Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just a comment, and I think it goes to some of the other commentary we heard from the audience, and it was the nature of at least the communication that I had received, again, did not respond to, but that concern, I think as we go into this, obviously there's a lot of interests that are, very, not very interested, but to have their own particular points of view, and I think that independence in the process, as it relates to the tremendous amount of work that lies ahead here in the development of plan and all the various moving parts of that is going to be very, very important, because I think it's what this council has been tasked with. But beyond that, I think that the perception going in may be that it's not going to be by some parties, and it's going to be the burden of proof is going to be on the body of work and on the work of the contractors and certainly of our staff. And I guess I would just put it out there as a kind of a footnote that's very, very important, because I think that some of the history that comes with all of this, and you can go back to any point in time and pick it, but I think that that's some of the baggage in it, and it's not, I'm not saying any bag with it, that's part of what comes with this. And so whether their expertise has been with working in a particular area or development of certain plans, certain efforts, that should not in any way influence the work nor the process. It will be the background and experience that they bring to the process. And I say that because I trust that there's concern by folks in this room and elsewhere that are watching very closely as to not only who gets selected and what work they're going to perform. There'll be some disappointment by those that didn't get selected. Beyond that, again, the proof's going to be in the pudding, and I would just say that as we embark upon this, that's going to be a very critical piece, because there's already, depending upon what we do here today, is going to be skeptics going to say, they didn't get the independence right the first time around. So we'll see. That's just my comment. So.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's call the roll. Supervisor Natoli.
Supervisor Natoli, aye.
Aye. Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye. Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Nordhoff, aye.
Johnston, aye.
Okay, 7-0, thank you very much, appreciate it. A couple follow-up things on this. At our first meeting, Mark Rockwell spoke. You remember he represented some of the Fishermen's Association, and he talked about communications ideas. Somebody just ought to reach out to him soon, although I gather he's going to be gone for a couple of weeks, but because we've taken some action, he ought to be informed on. Number two, I think it's important to inform our appointing authorities officially, particularly of the action we've just taken, including the independent consulting on BDCP. So I'd suggest, Mr. Grindstaff, if we could do it, somehow to get an email notice out to them, maybe from headquarters people who are not here, to just include the text of this with the word change, say, just for your information, council's adopted this, so they'll have information. That would be useful, I think. And there was a third point that slipped my mind. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Natoli and I, as we were running over for the budget hearing, I talked to him about the fact that we have to have 2 meetings a year within the statutory delta. That's what the statute says. And I know, particularly with our simulcast production, that you can't just go anywhere in California, set it up, and make it work. Don had suggested that the Delta Protection Commission would be more than willing to help survey locations that fit our requirements, size, location, and particularly the electronic requirements. And if you could make that request to them officially real soon, because I think we need to start identifying it, work out the problems if there are any on the facilities, and identify them in advance, understanding this is for an indefinite period. We're not promising, but we need locations scattered around.
We do. Well, the commission's in session this evening in Ileton, and
great.
So we'll bring it forward and get it. It won't be an action item, obviously, but and we had requests, I know, in our communication from folks certainly in the Clarksburg community, I think elsewhere in the Delta, and we'll go to work on that and do our best to assist, certainly.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Mr. Bruce Collins.
Mr. Chair, one question about keeping our stakeholders current. Do we have a standard practice yet for publishing a record of the decisions made at a given meeting, whether in minutes or otherwise?
We do not yet, and we should. Ms. Rogers, I think you're probably going to be stuck once again corralling all these highfalutin people into filling out an acceptable form, and I don't know what it is, but somebody ought to just assume responsibility for that. It's a wise recommendation.
I think it is our intention to do two things. One, from each meeting, to bring back a meeting summary, I forget, and the council is going to correct me if I say something wrong here, that highlights the actions, formal actions that were taken. The other thing that we've decided to do as staff is at the end of each day of each one of these meetings to sit down and go through all the requests, because as we noticed here, we've probably had a dozen requests from different people for information or issues that we need to resolve, and so we're going to try and track all of those things each day at the end of the meeting.
And our website will be up and running in a fashion that provides human understanding rapidly.
It's up and running, and it does have some of the material. We hope to even make it significantly better. One of the benefits of having a consultant will be to actually be able to do some of this. We have 2 IT people, but one is planning to retire and is on vacation a lot, so we really have one person supporting everything we're doing. That has made it difficult to be very innovative.
Although in the budget hearing, the Senate Budget Subcommittee Chairman implied that he wasn't really worried about cutting our budget as suggested by legislative analysts by a small amount of money. They didn't jump to my suggestions to give us complete waivers from Department of Finance review, give us a big pile of money, and we'll go hire any number of people as fast as we could. Senator, do you know why they wouldn't say yes to that right away? Okay. All right. Members, we're now on agenda item 5, which I guess is my follow-up stuff. There are 2 letters in your packet. I think they've been posted to the web now. If not, they will be shortly. The first is to Charlie Hoppen, who's the chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. You recall that one of the things you told me to do at the first meeting was contact them, see what they're doing on the water master. This letter is kind of my best attempt to reflect the discussion, which was terrific. I like the chairman a lot. He's a very upbeat guy, and I enjoyed the meeting, and there will be more. I told him, and speaking only for myself, because I hadn't had a chance to review this with you, I just said, look, my instinct is that you will get really first-rate people to apply for this if you tell them that they will be asked to do important and serious work of a substantial nature, not simply be scriveners doing technical and detailed work. The board has gone out with their announcement. It's a fairly, for this kind of position, it's a very low-paid, $120,000 or something like that. They have to consult with us, but they don't have to do what we suggest.
That's high paid in the state, by the way.
Pardon?
That's a high pay salary.
I understand it's a high pay in the state, but if you give somebody major responsibility and make them a target of all the commotion and arguments and yelling and screaming and hollering, you need to do something. I also suggested to them that if they were going to give this person meaningful things to do, you'd probably find people for whom the salary consideration was not an issue. But you must aggressively go out and seek those people and find them. So that's the first report. Secondly, there's a general requirement in the statute to consult with state agencies, and we're supposed to form some kind of consultation committee, and we're struggling with what to do with all the other resources-based consultation committees that exist around. Can you take one and convert it into this? Do we do a new one? And so on. So I wrote Mark Cowan, who you remember was the newly appointed head of the Department of Water Resources, and just kind of muttered around a bit, and Mr. Grindstaff is telling me I should go off to some of these other meetings of the same cast of state characters and have this discussion with them, which I think is next week, isn't it? Next week, which I will do, and I will report to you. On the congressional level, much as I tried, I could not make the telephone calls I wanted to, but letters going out to the entire congressional delegation, House and Senate, and I will follow up with calls to our representatives to check in with them. And we'll provide you copies of that as soon as I crank out the letter and sign them. Yes, ma'am.
I had a question about the water master. What's the time frame for that?
I believe there is a June or July time frame in the statute. Let me just, where did I put it? Okay, July 2010, I forgot to write down the code section, but that's my recollection. There's a July 2010, maybe it's a report to us rather than...
85.
Pardon?
It's 85.
Would you use your microphone by turning it on, positioning it in front of you, Mr. Stevens? As was reported, our learned attorney.
There we go. 85.
Yep, 85230.
And that person would report to the council, or?
No, this is a person appointed by the State Water Resources Control Board in consultation with us.
With the council.
Yeah, the Water Board has existing authority to appoint special masters. They have traditionally never, I don't believe in recent years, ever used it, and they prefer to assign individual members to conduct hearings. I probably should, I am going to do this. The legislature is not happy with that approach. The statute directs them to appoint a special master, and what they make of it, only time will tell.
I should add that their plan is to advertise the position very soon and hopefully proceed with the process quickly and obviously consult with the council as the process works through.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, let's see. That's 5A's done, B's done. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Chairman, one question.
Yes, sir.
The request for federal participation, in the interim federal action plan, the 6 agencies of the federal government put together in December of last year, they noted the council's existence, and they pledged to put together a coordinated federal-state work plan by February of 2010. What's the status of that?
It hasn't come together. There has been...
Perhaps the order of the calendar has been scheduled in reverse.
There is some follow-up. There was an announcement by Interior, which you find at the very back of your package, on their commitment to a November 2010 completion of the draft Bay Delta
DSC
Conservation Plan.
Correct.
And that was the issue that for so long kind of got caught up in the middle of those discussions. So I think they by making that commitment and having, as you say, committed to work with us, I think that may be all that we get at this point.
Okay. So I guess the thought, having read through their action plan, it spells out a lot of the activities that we've described, such as science activities and so on. It just strikes me that we need to really work hard to coordinate these activities so we're not plowing the same furrow twice. And it would be my recommendation to our chair when he does engage the federal government representatives that work towards a coordinated federal-state work plan.
I like it.
Agreed, and we have been having ongoing discussions, and in fact, it is helpful that we have David Nowie down the hall from us, and that we have Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries on the same floor with our staff, so I think we're improving in that area.
The notation for action item is Grindstaff and Eisenberg to be responsible for hustle and fast to figure out status of federal agencies, get involved in the process, report back to you as soon as we can, and don't claim any excuse for other business or things. About right? About right. Okay, got it on the list? It's on the list.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
on the
sir.
same topic of left-hand, right-hand coordination, I do have two comments on agenda item 5C, which
5C,
is your letter
okay,
to
state agency, yes.
DWR Director Cowan. You indicate in the April 21st letter that you wish to discuss the nature and scope of the current review of the BDCP and explore areas that may deserve additional or new analysis. I support that as the focus. I'd add a friendly amendment, which is we're about to prepare an environmental impact report for our Delta plan, and I think it would be useful to begin discussing possible relationships between those two documents. My second recommendation, or comment, is that you should meet not only with DWR, but also with DFG, the State Water Board, the State Lands Commission.
I'm sorry, I should have meant that. I'm meeting with Fish and Game next week for another couple-hour meeting, and they're bringing in people, and yes, I'll go to the Lands Commission.
And we have had a meeting with DWR at a staff and director level to talk about how we coordinate those things. But you're right, it's not enough even to have that. We have to really engage.
And recent news might even suggest that the State Lands Commission would have a new appointed member. The Assembly just confirmed Senator Maldonado. I didn't see the vote, but I just got a bulletin before I walked in about that. So. Okay. All right, we are now to the interim executive officer's report. Mr. Grindstaff, sir, item 6. Item 6.
I'm sorry. Item 6, I have a brief budget policy piece where I tried to lay out in simple terms what the status of the budget is moving forward. For this coming year, you can see that we have from the general fund about $6 million proposed for the budget. We have some money from Proposition 50, which funds a significant part of our science, most of our science work. Reimbursements, which shows in the budget, is not necessarily money. What that is authorization to get money from other people and spend it. This year, for example, we have gotten $750,000 from the Bureau of Reclamation, and in the reimbursement line item, we have authority.
For what programs are
And in that case, it is to actually improve the database, trying to track all of the projects and programs that are going on with regard to CalFed.
And those are the projects and programs you gave to us in the last agenda, the 50 studies underway?
No, those 50 studies that were underway are things that are being done out of our office, out of our science program. Okay. These are across agencies, across both state and federal government, and it's actually something that we probably need to enhance and modify as we move ahead. So, for example, under CalFed, we had responsibility to track surface storage, water conservation, the watersheds program, a number of programs moving forward. We didn't have responsibility to track, for example, the local HCPs that are going on in the Delta.
Habitat conservation plans?
Habitat conservation plans, yes. We didn't have a responsibility to do that. So as we move ahead, it seems like the council, we ought to think about, should we change some of the things that were CalFed things and say these things, and some of this may require federal or state legislation, I think mainly, principally federal legislation, but should we change some of these things because they no longer have the value that they may have had 10 years ago when they were first proposed, and change to things that might be more useful moving ahead for the council. And that's an example. I think we do need to know what's happening on a lot of different fronts in the Delta. The council needs to know those things, and so we ought to spend money doing that. So that's what reimbursements are. In addition to that, we have money that is part of our budget that comes from the bonds that is to pay for the Delta plan. Moving ahead, our estimate for the total cost of the Delta plan was that it was going to cost around $16 million.
That's in the EIR also.
That's the EIR, everything. As you can see today, we did not expend all of that. Some of that money will be necessary for the science program to perform its duties as an independent reviewer. There may be some additional of that money that will be required for additional work by this consultant or other consultants in the future. So we left some money there that we think we're going to need. We still believe that the overall estimate is appropriate as a budget number. We'll know a lot more over the next month as we actually develop a specific plan. So there is some money from ELPF. That's the Environmental License Plate Fund. So
you do not have to remember that.
So just so that's a fund item in the state that is for environmental purposes, and actually all that money goes specifically to pay for the expenses of the council itself. Salaries and expenses, that's what that money specifically pays for. So that's kind of a general summary of the budget moving forward. I expect that it will need to change as we identify the functions for the council, and as the council says, well, we want to do this or we don't want to do that. And I think as we do the interim plan and finish that, the budget needs to track what our actual objectives are as a council, and not just be static carryover from the past, which it has been, frankly, up till now. We're trying to staff up to meet the current demands, but we know that those demands will change moving ahead, and you will have decisions to make about what you see the role of the council being as we move ahead. So that's the budget summary. I also included in here the contracts that have been signed since the council came into existence.
You'll recall we were talking about the $500,000 authorization or something, and somebody asked for copies of a report on this. What have you done recently that fits under this proposal? So it's these things.
So these are these things. I should point out there was one $800,000 contract that was a time extension only, and if I hadn't signed it, it would have expired and we would have had to redo it. But we had talked about it before. Council advised me that I could legally sign that under your authority. And I think that actually having a routine report like this, maybe every quarter, is a useful thing, so that you guys, even if they aren't coming to you every time, you can see what it is we're doing, where the money's going.
Mr. Natoli, a quarterly report acceptable?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank Joe and the staff for putting this together. I think this compilation is important. I think it helps us track as council members, but also I think it keeps kind of the focus on, particularly when you have some of these that carry over for such a long period of time. So, for subsequent years to come, I think some of this work will go on for several years. So, I appreciate this, and I think a quarterly would be satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay.
Before we go to legislative update, I want to mention that there's correspondence at the back of this book, and it is not my intention that every piece of correspondence needs to be responded to by the council or even by staff. In some cases, I don't know that a response is appropriate, but in some cases, I think it is. So I'll use as an example. Is Peggy here?
I'm sorry?
No, but Peggy Bowl sent a letter in. She's an example of correspondence, and my thought is that as the interim executive officer, I should respond to that and to some of the others where a response seems appropriate, and include that response in the packet for the next meeting. And if you have objections or you want to put something on the agenda that is in that correspondence, give you the opportunity to do that. But just as part of the executive officer's report, I wanted to point out that that's in there and how I want to proceed with that.
A couple of letters drew my attention, and we chatted about it. This was one where Ms. Bowl indicated that we had somehow accepted the Delta Land Use and Resource Management Plan as part of our interim plan, and I knew that wasn't true because we don't even know what it's going to look like yet. But also, these are documents that a couple of them tend to suggest legalistic process questions, and it's probably worth thinking about it a little bit, because my hope is that rather than delay answering to the next meeting, we ought to have a pattern of answers. Maybe you and Mr. Stevens have some ideas on this about how to handle. One of them, for example, made all kinds of requests for notices and so on. It sounded like a discovery motion in disguise or something. I didn't know quite what to make of it. How are we going to handle it?
And what I would propose, Mr. Chairman, is that we actually respond to each one of them, but tell you how we respond to them. And if we believe there's a legal issue, our counsel will tell us there's a legal issue with this. If someone asks for documents, it has been the intent of the council, I believe, to put everything up on the web as soon as it becomes available, so we can point people to the web, so that all correspondence, all documents that people seek will be made available there. And I think we are going to have to we may have a standard answer for some kinds of stuff.
I'm going to give you an example. We've got letters from Steve Herringer from the Herringer Holland Land and Farming Company, which is just the request, let's schedule a meeting in Clarksburg. A bunch of people wrote in. That one's easy to answer. But Bob Baiocchi, if I pronounce that correctly, has a list of he wants copies of the Delta Plan consultant contracts. The reality is the rules of DWR require that only the successful bidder contract. I mean, how do we deal with all those?
Well, I think that what you're seeing kind of lags the real-time response. What we try to do is, if we get requests like that, and I think this gentleman was asking for copies of our agenda packet, and we hadn't yet gotten that out, and so what we had staff do was respond as quickly as possible and let them know that it would be up on the web. And so I think that if we get requests like that, rather than trying to be formalistic and follow a certain pattern, we try to respond as quickly as we can, as directly as we can, because we want to keep the open communication. And I think in this case, what you're seeing is kind of after the fact evidence that there was a letter sent in, and that we responded,
Well, yeah, I didn't know we'd responded.
Yeah, I believe Pat had talked to him that day by email. So what we try to do is resolve these things quickly, and we want to get information out to the public just as fast as you do.
Okay, the other was the Clarksburg Fire Protection District formal request for coordination under state laws. I'm not quite sure what that is. I didn't know how to deal with that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that is either, other than we have our duties and responsibilities set out in the statute that you're all familiar with, and we have a whole bunch of coordination type duties. So I'm not sure the specific type of coordination that he's asking for, this gentleman. But again, it's...
My gut tells me as soon as we get our website into preliminary shape where the information can be found more readily, we're going to be able to handle a lot of these requests just by providing that source. Several of the letter writers and some testimony at the first meeting suggested some form of electronic communication between meetings, which I assume can be put up. I think we said to them that you intend to post all communications, so we received on the web, which I think is a good idea. Right. We probably ought to post the responses too, I suppose. Okay. Absolutely. All right. Okay. Yes.
Just on, we're talking about correspondence that we kind of touched on it a moment ago, but I think it's certainly not only required, but that this council intends to conduct meetings, obviously, in the Delta, and that as part of that, we have our calendar later on in our agenda, but it may be that we want to, once being able to identify locations that can accommodate all the required taping and broadcasts and so forth, that we get that into our calendar, then would reflect when we're going to be meeting, and whether it's in Clarksburg or Cortland or Walnut Grove or Stockton, wherever it is, that it reflects that, and maybe by this time next month we'll have that available. So
Certainly, that's my hope.
Okay. All right. Legislative update.
Mr. Chair and council members, I'd like to cover three topics in a brief but efficient manner for you. Time is tight. The first thing, just an update on item previously mentioned by Chairman Eisenberg. We've spent the last 2 days in subcommittee hearings in both houses of the legislature, and both houses elected to put our budget over for a time being, but without prejudice, since they're putting every water-centric budget over for the next few weeks, as they consider behind the scenes a number of things, which the main one seems to be what have they got with their water package and how they're going to deal with it. Just the administration, the coordination, those things. They want to be clear about what is it they've exactly birthed last fall. So I don't expect any real headaches coming forward. Eventually they'll put everything together in May after the revision of the general fund budget, and then we'll know there where we stand on our items. None of them seem particularly controversial. Chairman Eisenberg assured them we'd be doing things that they favor, like develop a finance plan, zero-based CalFed spending budgets across agencies, those types of things, which we're perfectly willing to do. The second I'd like to mention is a follow-up on last meeting's brief report on legislation involving Delta Council requests to set fees and those types of activities. Mr. Huffman's bill has been amended in the last week to sort of move that fee-setting exercise aside and instead put in place a requirement for a finance plan that would include fee revenue proposals and ideas. The bill proposes that the council would not be able to implement any of those fees until they've been approved and reviewed by the legislature. And the bill sets a deadline of January 2013 for the completion of the finance plan. It's a work in progress, and we'll keep an eye on it for you as time goes by. And the third thing I'd like to mention is we'd like to, and we will develop a policy paper or a background or a review, whatever you'd like to call it for you folks, on how we're going to handle your review of legislation in the future. The governor's office assigns the council legislation to review. Right now we have probably 65 bills in our file folders. Most of them I would describe as dogs and cats. They aren't of any concern to Delta operations or policy. They have to do with things like the type of stationery you have to write state reports on, things like that. It's not really something I'd recommend spending your time on. However, there are a lot of major water policy bills that are coming and going. Your packet has a list we provided last time of the items. We'll update that list as time goes by. But I think we'll need to figure out a way of if and how you want to address major pieces of legislation, or just be informed, or however you care to address it in the future. So we'll put something together for your review at the May meeting.
I would suggest you draft something like a recommended council policy for handling legislation. With legislation, you usually have to answer within either 3 minutes or 13 months, and nothing in between. So we're going to need some authority to act or appropriate, although my personal preference is to stay out of legislative battles if we can. There are some bills where we have a direct interest, and there are others where our interest is only purient, and I would prefer not to elevate that if we have the choice, which means Mr. Miller will look increasingly unhappy because he is the source of calls from departments, agencies, the governor's office, demanding that we take a position they would like us to take on all kinds of legislation of all types. But he's used to it. Okay, next meeting, draft legislative policy. Okay? Yes, Mr. Nisoli.
Yeah, just a quick question. When we have the other bills of interest, and the position that's stated, is that, whose position is that? When you have an opposed or?
With my name next to it? Yeah, those are staff recommendations
The administration, all administrations have a really bizarre form they ship to every agency or any department where they forward a bill and they ask for comments. And so you run into comments where you say, watch. Well, that's pretty clear. Neutral, that's pretty clear. What's NAR? I mean, these are acronyms for various modifications. And Kurt tracks them this way because he gets harassed by everybody. And maybe you just ought to put a little code on there to explain it to folks when you distribute the list.
And we actually recommended to Kurt yesterday that we change and that he not even tell us to take positions on any of these bills. Instead say, I forget what's the code that's...
No position with the state as such.
No position, unless it's something that's really critical, and that's why we need to have a policy.
Thank you for clarifying. Yep. Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, you've got, I think, one other item?
We have legal update.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. Well, I think that typically when I come to the meetings to give my legal updates, I hope to have some information on litigation that's affecting Delta water policy. There are some huge battles that have been ongoing since about 2005, most prominently in Judge Wanger's court in Fresno, and we had hoped that we would have a decision to perhaps discuss with you today. It hasn't come down yet, at least to my knowledge, and I had mentioned to Joe and to you, Mr. Chair, that perhaps it'd be better suited to have that discussion at the next meeting. So I've actually invited one or two participants from DWR who's intimately involved with that litigation to come and give maybe a 15-minute briefing. Obviously, I defer to you on that.
Right. Well, I don't object to that. I also don't object, and I don't think council members would, if there's a urgency on providing information. For example, you're going to be called for reactions on something, just simply an email notice to each of us on particular litigation with the understanding that as long as it's not providing confidential legal information, it would be subject to being posted on our website. I think it would be perfectly appropriate.
Good. Okay. And with that in mind, and I know that I have, the time is short, but what I've done is invited my friend and colleague from the Department of Justice, supervising Deputy Attorney General Dan Siegel, whom some of you may have had.
All attorneys are thin, somber-looking, very serious,
a good man.
Threatening.
Mr. Natoli.
Threatening. We try to be.
Senator Johnston, wide range of experience in Delta issues. I've asked him to come and talk to you briefly about some of the Bagley-Keene rules. This is the state open meeting law as opposed to the Brown Act, which some of you are probably familiar with, as well as touching a bit on some of the principles regarding ex parte discussions that I had touched upon and probably confused most of you with at the last meeting. Dan is going to add some I think, some certainty to what's always an uncertain area of the law, but I think with that I will turn to my friend Dan and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. I'll first discuss the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. And the overarching purpose of the act is to give the public a monitoring role in the decision-making of multi-member boards such as yours. And that can be frustrating, and the act can be frustrating, because the legislature essentially chose public participation and public involvement over efficiency. So some of the requirements of Bagley-Keene cause inefficient decision-making, but they're requirements that this council and other multi-member entities need to follow. I'm just going to go over some of the highlights of Bagley-Keene. I understand that all council members were given, I think we call it our handy-dandy guide to the Open Meeting Act, which has more details in it and discusses various specific situations. Probably, in terms of highlights, the most problematic aspect of this act that I found in working with multi-member boards is the requirement that the prohibition of communications by a majority of members or a quorum of an entity outside of a meeting. And the prohibition applies not only to direct meetings, but any manner in which communications could take place. So, for example, the Open Meeting Act would prohibit email communications between members or email communications from your executive officer to a member that then goes back to another member and makes its way around in such a way in which indirectly a quorum has advanced their understanding of a matter. That's prohibited, even though it's very efficient, and and I know boards I've worked with in the past have wanted to do that. That can't be done.
Well, we're right here. This is a live issue. One of the things I talked with the chair about was me sending a weekly email updating the council to things that were going on. And I talked to council, and he said I could send an email if I posted it then on the web. Is that accurate?
Yes. I'm glad you're giving away our confidential information.
But that is accurate.
Sorry.
And the reason that kind of communication is appropriate is it's not a back and forth. Your executive officer isn't saying, two council members believe, that we should take this approach. What do you think? And then it comes back, and eventually more than 3 council members' input is involved. As long as there isn't any input by more than 3 council members, it's okay. And the one-way communication.
I'll give you another example. 2 days ago, Mr. Stevens puts me on the distribution list for one of the publications that comes through. It's a legal publication on flood management. And, I've flipped through it, and there's a lead article on flood management talking about the Delta by 2 Sacramento lawyers. So I read it, and I said, well, that's interesting. I think I'll send it off to the council. And we had this discussion. Mr. Stevens is, if nothing, if not grim, on predicting doom. And he said, so why don't you just not send it and ask, maybe Joe can refer it on. So you will get information, but it comes in this fashion because we're trying to live up to the letter spirit of all of this operation. No, it's coming from you, isn't it?
Again, I think that Dan's point is it was coming from staff. It's a one-way. It's not intended to engender any kind of discussion, deliberation.
Right. And I'll confess that our office has aided and abetted your council
I've decided I can only talk to you in public where no other council member is present.
So that's the most problematic aspect, I think, of Bagley-Keene for most boards. I'm going to touch upon a few others very briefly. One is that as you know, every meeting needs to be noticed, and there needs to be an agenda. The council can only discuss items that are on an agenda, with the one exception of if a member of the public raises an issue, that issue can be discussed, but no action could be taken on that issue. And this Bagley-Keene also applies to advisory committees that you may create, unless they have only 1 or 2 members. If they have more than 2 members, and this is something that's different than the Brown Act, which requires a quorum. Under the Bagley-Keene Act, you can have a one or two member advisory committee, and that committee is not subject to Bagley-Keene. 3 or more members, everything I've been talking about applies to that committee. Finally, well, actually, 2 more things I want to cover. Another is that you are permitted to hold closed sessions for a number of reasons, and the most likely ones that would apply to this council would be pending litigation or potential litigation. When you get involved in hiring, firing, and similar employee activities, with 2 exceptions. If the activity involves a discussion of a general nature, what kind of criteria do we want to have for finding a new executive officer or a new person for this position? That needs to be done in public. It's when confidential information about an individual might be involved, that's what can be private. And the second is salary discussions, even about an individual's salary, have to be made in public. Finally, there are both civil and criminal remedies for violations of Bagley-Keene. The civil could be invalidating a decision that's made by the council, and the criminal is a potential misdemeanor. So it's serious. I'd like to more briefly discuss ex parte communications. I've sent council members a confidential letter which goes into this in some detail, and I'd recommend that you keep that letter confidential. But I want to review three key items. The first is, what is an ex parte communication? The second is, what council proceedings are potentially affected by limitations on ex parte communications? And finally, what would trigger the ex parte rule in one of the council's activities. In terms of what is an ex parte communication, I'm going to paraphrase from the California Administrative Procedures Act, which defines ex parte communications. Basically, it's a communication, direct or indirect, regarding any issue in a covered proceeding, meaning a proceeding covered by the APA, to the council or to a council member from an employee or from an interested person without notice and an opportunity for all parties to participate in the communication. And with limited exceptions, the state law prohibits ex parte communications. Second, what proceedings of the council would be covered by the prohibition? Essentially, your actions fall into 2 categories. One is the creation and adoption of a Delta plan, and the other is your appellate responsibilities. Appellate responsibilities regarding, after you adopt the plan, whether or not a covered action is consistent with your plan, and also your potential appellate role after the Bay Delta Conservation Plan is adopted. As to the Delta plan, there is no prohibition on ex parte communications. In other words, you can have ex parte communications if the communication concerns the Delta plan. In contrast, the law is ambiguous concerning your appeals. Because it's ambiguous, we strongly recommend that you assume that you're covered by the Administrative Procedure Act and that you do not have ex parte communications concerning any appellate matter before you. And finally, what would trigger the prohibition in terms of an appellate matter? It would be the filing by a party of an appeal. So prior to the filing, the prohibition would not be in effect, but under the Administrative Procedure Act, as soon as an appeal is filed, the prohibition goes into play.
Is it fair to say that you and Mr. Stevens have an affirmative duty to us now to raise a flag and say appeal has been filed or some other action occurs that creates this now particular status?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And you know, your council or our office will immediately let the council members know when the situation arises. And at that time, we can also review in more detail what the prohibition involves and what actions could, basically we can go into the details concerning ex parte, the prohibition. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, Mr. Grindstaff, anything else? Executive officers report?
Nothing else from me, thank you.
Okay. Members, if you would turn to file item number 7, we got a couple things there. 7A is proposed meeting procedures and possible election of other officers, vice chair, namely. This is the draft that was provided at the last meeting.
Right.
And I can't remember, were there any typographical or other?
I think that we made one change, and that had to do with the location of the meeting.
Yeah, I think
So
it
it's
was too. Would you
reflected.
highlight in the text of this, please, the one change from the first
Sure.
draft?
I'm looking at procedures for Delta Stewardship Council meetings. That's attachment 1 to 7A, agenda
7A, attachment 1.
And I'm looking at number 3, which is time,
Place, and regular meetings.
And I believe that the change was at the Secretary of State's office auditorium. And the
Yes,
previous
that's
draft
correct.
had presumably said.
And
at
you've
Calfett.
deleted that mention. Is that what you're talking about?
We've added that.
Added that
So
mention,
that's
okay.
the substitute.
All right.
And I believe nothing else has changed since you've seen this last. Again, these are relatively standard meeting procedures to help this
Okay.
body function efficiently and effectively. And
Okay. All right, questions on this? Questions? I'm sorry, Ms. Gray.
Yes, I do. On the statement that says at least 2 regular meetings will take place in an alternate location, is that per year?
Yes.
That's right.
It's a statutory mandate on
Okay,
us to
that's
hold the
per
2
year.
meetings. Yeah,
Should say per year.
Yeah.
should say per year. Yep. Do you want to try, Mr. Stevens, proposed amendment, at least 2 regular meetings per year?
Got it.
Okay. Good catch. All right. Now, any other questions? Anyone in the audience like to speak to the council rules, proposed meeting rules? Anyone like to say anything to us? Okay, questions by members? Mr. Johnson? Moved by Mr. Johnston. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Fiorini. Call the roll.
Natoli, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Aye. Great.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Nordhoff, aye.
Okay, we've got that done. Now, do any of you masochists intend to consider who might be a vice chair?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Johnson?
I'm prepared to nominate Randy Fiorini as vice chair of the council. I think his experience with water issues, his service on the Turlock Irrigation District, his extensive experience in California agriculture, and his home and farming interests in the San Joaquin Valley represent a good complement to your leadership.
I mean, he's a nice contrast to your abrasive personality?
Whatever.
Okay. And not the least of which is he completed a 95 or 96-mile bike ride over last weekend. I hear. All right. Mr. Fiorini, if selected, will you serve?
Yes, I will. I'll do my level best.
Any other nominations? Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
Natoli, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Nordhoff, aye.
Congratulations.
So, yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Where's his robe? That's great. Okay, next item under this is a meeting calendar, and understand this schedule, which takes us is through October only, is premised on the fact we were restricting our activities because of the furlough Friday, the first, second, and third weeks of each month, right? And so, it being impossible in state service these days to do anything else, and under the expectation that that may continue, we're keeping that. If that should ever change anytime soon, we might want to rethink the dates, but I think for the time being, we're probably stuck with something like this. I apologize, but I don't know how else to proceed. And November and December are question marks because
Thanksgiving falls on the fourth Thursday this year, I think. And it's because everybody's schedules may be different, and we thought maybe we would want to arrange the schedules now and give everybody a heads up. This is when we want to do it in November and December.
Well, here's my suggestion. There's nothing worse than trying to do everybody's schedule at a public meeting. I found that to take hours.
Yes.
How about if we have the discussion, and if we agree with the May through October schedule, we just do that, and then you just communicate and try to clarify information on available schedules and conflicts, and we'll do the best we can for those additional 2 months.
Okay.
All right. Okay, and it's understood, as soon as we straighten out the list of potential sites for meetings in the Delta, we'll try to allocate out dates and sites as best we can.
We will attempt by next month to actually fill in the dates for November and December and fill in the places so that everybody will know for the next year what the plan is.
All right, questions? Anyone in the audience like to talk to us about schedule? Okay. Pleasure of the council. Mr. Fiorini moves.
Second.
Ms. Gray seconds.
Totally aye.
Eisenberg, aye. Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Fiorini, aye. Bruce Collins, aye.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, now the last item under 7 is the internal Delta Stewardship Council conflict of interest rules. You recall that last meeting, it was noted that under state law, state agencies have to adopt their own internal conforming stuff, and Mr. Stevens gave us all of that, and we have the draft before us. Mr. Stevens, any modifications, adjustments?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is actually agenda item 8, I believe.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, it is. Excuse me.
As you noted, this is very exciting. This could be the first rulemaking proceeding of the new council.
So we should have no ex parte conversations?
Well, I don't know. Just a certain level of excitement will do.
Okay.
As you noted, this is the Conflict of Interest Code. All new state agencies have to adopt conflict of interest codes, and what those do is those designate the positions within the agency that could be making significant decisions that may affect their financial interests. So it lays out those positions. It also designates categories of disclosures. And so what we've done is based on the organizational chart that you took a look at your first meeting, we have designated positions now listed on, if you go to the actual conflict of interest code.
Page 2 of 3.
This is attachment 1 to agenda item 8, and page 2 of 3, these are the designated positions, the disclosure categories.
And these are the positions within the council that are
within
designated
the council,
covered activities, policy making kind of.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you'll notice that the chair and the board members are included. We have, as have you, or you will be filing your Form 700s even before this thing goes into effect. The staff has done the same thing. But once this code is adopted, you'll be filing under this code. For you, the same broad disclosure categories will apply under this code.
I mean, I will be no happier or
you will be no
less
happier.
unhappy than I am now.
You will be happy that we have adopted our own code as required by state law.
Well, I prefer to be happy.
That's right. So what we've done is we've compiled this for your review here. What I'm asking for and staff is recommending is that you give us the go-ahead now to initiate the rulemaking procedure.
Well, can I ask you a couple questions about this?
Yes, sir.
Under the list of categories, you've got consultants with an asterisk.
Right.
And I'm interested as to how you, this is again on page 2 of 3 of the memo.
Right.
Does that include the consultants we hired to do the Delta plan and so on?
Well, it's my recommendation. Yeah, actually, consultants under these arcane Political Reform Act regulations and laws are a little different than what we think of. Consultants, for purposes of filing, are the ones that are making significant decisions, oftentimes policy decisions without a lot of substantive review. Mm-hmm. In this case, I'm recommending that the lead consultants and the lead sub-consultants, in light of the high profile, the nature of the work that they're going to be doing for us, will be filing Form 700s as well. We've done that in the past. Under CalFed, we did that. There's precedent in other agencies for having your high-level consultant. And again, you're not going down into the weeds. What you want are the people that are really going to be advising you at a high level. So that's my recommendation there as well.
Can I ask you a question about the content of a specific section?
Sure.
The pages aren't numbered, so go to section 18730, provisions of. Turn the page over and go to section 3, disclosure categories. I have read that 5 times. Will you tell me what it means, please?
Well, I don't know if I can tell you what that means, but I'll try. Let me tell you what 18730 first of all is. That is an FPPC regulation that was adopted with the intention of having agencies incorporate this massive information into their conflict of interest code. So the details, the guts, can be incorporated into the conflict of interest code while the agencies just set out their designated positions and the disclosure categories. So by incorporating this FPPC regulation with our designated positions, together we will have a conflict of interest code. The provisions that you're talking about in 18730 are reflective of state law right now.
What does it mean?
Well, let's take a look. We can figure that out together. Okay, so what in particular are you asking for?
I mean, I guess, let me start. Designating employees who are specified in Government Code Section 87200.
Okay, that's not you.
I understand. So it's
right.
So it's not me, but it's not anybody in the Delta Stewardship Council?
It's not establishing any disclosure obligation for the 87200 if they're designated in this code, which this doesn't apply.
Mr. Stevens, I'm giving you a bad time. We'll talk about this later.
You're asking a very interesting question, but I don't know the answer right off the top of my head. And what I would say is that by incorporating this very intricate FPPC regulation that someone at the FPPC understands, I will get back to you on that.
Okay.
On that provision. It doesn't apply to you, I think, is the short answer.
Okay. Right.
But putting all of this together will allow staff now to go start the rulemaking process, and I believe that we included as attachment 2 the timeline. Indeed, we did.
Yeah.
It's kind of towards the end. And
this is the last 2 pages, conflict of interest code adoption procedures?
That's right. So if you look at attachment 2, page 1, I will point out where we are now in the procedure. Board action directing staff to initiate rulemaking.
Under paragraph 8.
Right under 2.
2?
We're right at the beginning of the procedure.
That's right. This is the initiate. Okay.
So staff will now be busily working to turn in all the paperwork. We will let potentially affected employees know what's going to happen to them. We're going to establish a written comment period, and then we will come back to you for a final adoption of this conflict of interest code.
Okay.
So it's, again, it's something that all state agencies have to do. We in fact have run this proposed code by FPPC staff on an informal basis, and I think that the suggestion is it looks good. So hopefully things will go smoothly. Questions?
No questions.
Mr. Roos-Collins, and Mr. Fiorini, then Mr. Roos-Collins.
I'm going to move that we direct staff to initiate rulemaking proceedings.
Okay. Mr. Nordhoff, second. Okay. Question, Mr. Roos-Collins?
Yes. When do you expect to publish the proposed rule?
Well, we actually have a deadline of 6 months. We will meet that deadline.
For the final rule?
For the final rule. So
when do you expect to publish the proposed rule?
The proposed rule, we will be sending a notice to Office of Administrative Law, I would imagine next week. So, and we will initiate a written comment period, which will last 45 days. So that's when people will be able to comment on that. the whole process will be done by August.
Chris, let me make sure I understand you. The notice that you're describing going to the Office of Administrative Law will attach a proposed rule
Yes,
in the form of attachment number 1
in the
under
form of
tab
what,
8.
exactly, what you see.
Okay.
And simultaneously, we have to set up a written comment period. So the Office of Administrative Law is involved, the FPPC is involved, the public is potentially involved, our affected employees are involved. And if I can, I'm sorry, Joe.
Well, what I wanted to add is, as I understand it, and Chris will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong, what happens is he will package this that we have here, send it in, it will be the subject of public comment, probably in the July meeting. This rule, perhaps with modifications, will come back here to the council, and you will approve the rule, and it will then be...
It will go to the FPPC for their final, they have to approve it before it becomes effective.
So July is when it will next come back to the council, and it may be modified in the interim or by you at that July meeting.
And Mr. Chair, I have a look-ahead question that's not specific
Yes, sir.
to conflict of interest. Chris, do we have a rulemaking calendar that anticipates, for example, our adoption of appeals procedures? And if so, when will that calendar come before this council for review?
Well, we don't yet have a rulemaking calendar, although we are envisioning at the next meeting coming to you perhaps with proposed CEQA regulations that are also required of all new agencies, as well as proposed architectural and engineering solicitation rules based in part on some that are existing from other state agencies that are like us. So those are two examples. The appeals regulations that you refer to, we are fortunate in that the legislature gave us an exemption from having to go through the OAL process. So what we are doing is engaging the best and brightest minds. Now that you're on board, I'm sure that you'll be involved as well in putting together ideas that would form the basis of draft rules that would then come to this body for discussion with regard to the consistency and appeal process. So no formal rulemaking calendar as of yet, but there are certain rules that are priority on our radar and that we'll be bringing back to you, hopefully at your next meeting.
Mr. Johnson.
Does this conflict of interest code contain a lot of provisions that are not relevant to the members of this council, that are just adopted from the FPPC?
For the most part, they are relevant.
Well, none of us were elected to these positions.
Well, that's true.
So why is that in there? It's in there repeatedly.
Well, it's in there because what we're trying to do is incorporate the body of a regulation that has been specifically adopted for the efficiency of state agencies like you that don't have the time to parse through.
Right, okay. So for the efficiency and confusion of everyone.
I don't think so. I think that...
we're adopting this not in general, but we're adopting it for this council.
Right.
But there are a lot of provisions that simply don't apply to any of us, but they're in there. Why couldn't they be edited out?
They could be. They could be. It will take some more time. For the most part, in my own opinion, there aren't that many that are in there that are not relevant to the filing.
Okay, so Well, it's more convenient.
I defer
It's
to
more
you.
convenient for council to do it this way. We'll do it. I don't want to slow it down.
Well, let me just ask, Mr. Fiorini, would you entertain an amendment to the motion, direct staff to consider the deletion of sections not applying, would not otherwise apply to members of this council, inform us, say, in 2 weeks in writing before the next meeting as to which those sections would be and any problems with it? What do you
The
think?
maker of the motion would, yes.
Okay. So, Pat, I kind of suggest we approach it that way, and that may...
Yeah.
If there are very few, it shouldn't take very long.
We will find out. Did I just dig my own hole? Is that it?
But more substantively, the first page, Appendix B, says, very straightforward, what every person must report, and that's the conflict of interest form 700, right?
Which page are you on? I'm sorry, which section?
3, it's Appendix B, it's the, well, anyway, so I guess it's not.
Disclosure categories, is that what you're referring to?
So
Yes, sir.
what I'm trying to do is figure out what is it we got to pay attention to? What's the bright lines here? Okay, so there's a whole set of requirements which we've all received that information from staff and gone about filling it out and submitting it. That's reporting, and then in addition to that, there are specific prohibitions against honoraria, a gift limitation, correct?
Absolutely.
And restrictions on loans. You can get loans from relatives unless they're agents for some entity that's got business with the state. But not loans from others that are involved with our business. Are there any other things that we ought to be aware of where we could inadvertently make a mistake here?
Well, I think that you touched on some of the most important ones: gift limitations, honoraria, disclosure. Like you said, you've filed your Form 700, business interests that you have to not only disclose but keep in mind as we go forward and make decisions and make sure. So those are the important ones. But the kinds of things that you're talking about are things that are included in the regulation that I guess now that we will be going through.
I understand that. I know I got that out of here, but I want to make sure I got. Now, what about expenses paid by an organization that might invite one of us to come and speak or participate in a conference, but not receive an honorarium?
Right.
So, could you summarize what the expense provision is?
It's interesting because we have been looking at regulations that were recently amended by the FPPC with regard to, for instance, speeches that are given. And the rules used to be, up until recently, that if you gave a speech in California, for instance, the free admission that's typically given for somebody that gives a speech, or transportation on the day before, as you're well aware of, and hotels were not reportable, and there were no limitations. Now there are some limitations with regard to the event. For instance, if you're giving a speech, you have to be giving the speech in your public official capacity. You have to be receiving the payment from a public entity, a federal or state agency, recently amended. So there are those kinds of things that we have to take certain note of, especially for members that are acting, that are putting in a third time here, but also have outside professions. So those kinds of rules are important to take note of. But let me just raise a couple points, and I'm glad that you did raise them. The first thing is that we handed out one of those handy-dandy Attorney General guidebooks on conflict of interest that you probably just put on the bookshelf. It behooves everyone to take a look at that and go through some of the, at least the chapter headings. It also relates to a requirement that all the new board members not only file their Form 700s, but have to take what's called state ethics training within 6 months of appointment. Covers the same types of rules. For instance, in addition to the Form 700 types of disclosures, an important issue that multi-member boards and commissions sometimes come up against is what's called the Government Code Section 1090 issue. It has to do with having financial interests in contracts. There's a prohibition on a board or commission entering into a contract if any member of the board or commission has a financial interest in the contract. There's a whole bunch of rules that set forth some arcane exceptions, but the general prohibition is clear. The remedy is draconian, and there are those kinds of issues that I think that you're referring to. They're important ones if, for instance, the Delta plan was to come up, or a consultant contract was to come up, which it is, and one of the board members had a financial interest in the contract. It would prohibit, and even if the board member recused him or herself from any discussion, the board couldn't enter into the contract. So those are the kinds of big issues that are highlighted in the Attorney General's pamphlet that we'd be happy to come back and talk to you about.
It's usually reading through pages of those kinds of things, it's hard to stick. And really, what I find helpful is to have a sense, which you're providing now with that example and maybe with some others, of what are the things that when I come across it, I say, oh, I ought to either read it or pick up the phone and find out the answer. So if the Northern California Water Association invites me to Reading for its conference to speak about water issues, and they want to pay my lodging at the Red Lion Inn, can I do it?
I would say those are yes.
But they're not a government entity. They're an association.
Again, you have certain gift limitations.
Well, is it a gift, or is it
presumably
paying
it would
expenses?
be under these new rules? But here, my recommendation, Senator, is this: those rules have always.
You know, Phil calls me that, but actually I'm not. So.
Oh, it's
once the senator.
You know.
Yeah. Senator for life, somebody said.
I let Phil do it, but I really would prefer the rest of you don't.
As a matter of fact, you prefer Pat?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, Pat. I would prefer that you call me if those kinds of issues come up, or email me. And we've given advice to.
That's good.
Yeah, please.
I want to add here, having just in the last 6 months had to redo my biennial online training, ethics training. There is an internet course that I think you guys will all be required to do, and kind of cheesy, but it actually is helpful.
Cheesy, is that a legal phrase?
Yes, I learned it from our counsel.
I think it's Latin.
It's Latin, okay. But it actually forces you to sit there and work through the issues and answer questions. And it tells you things, and then it makes you answer questions about what the requirements are. And at the end of it, I felt much more in tune with what the legal requirements were, and having to do that every 2 years is probably a wise thing, because it does kind of fade with time.
You thought it was, you felt cheesy but informed. Okay. Mr. Rose-Collins.
Chris, I have a follow-up to Pat's questions. 6 out of the 7 of us are part-time.
Right.
Some of us have public lives in that 2/3, and some of us have private lives. Does that status make a difference for the purpose of this conflict of interest rule? If it does, it's not expressed in the rule as currently written.
Okay, I understand the first part of your question. I'm not certain on, what do you mean, does it make a difference?
Does the rule apply to the chair, who is the full-time employee of the council, and to the part-time members in the exact same way?
Sure. You're a state employee by virtue of taking your oath of office. You're set out in statute. You're subject to the same rules. But I think that the rules anticipate that there are certain cases like yours where you have an outside life and that you engage in private activities. And so there are certain exceptions that sometimes apply. But yes, they apply just as strongly to the chair as to the one-third time members.
Chris, I wasn't clear. I of course understand the conflict rule does apply equally to all of us in that sense. What I'm asking about is whether an activity that one of us undertakes in a non-council capacity is subject to this rule because one-third of the time we are a council member.
For instance,
I'm asked to go talk about another subject in which I actually know something about: government organization, state budgeting, and finance, which are not directly watered or Delta Stewardship Council. I'm not asked to go there in that role. That actually happens. They offer to pay my transportation, my travel. Do I have to report that too?
Yeah.
Why?
Those are the rules. Look, if you get a gift in your private capacity, I think that the rules are such that the public is owed the disclosure of any potential conflicts. It doesn't matter where the source, where the location is. Unfortunately, it's oftentimes inconvenient to disclose those kinds of things, but I think that the answer is yes.
Well, just to close my question then, I take very seriously the responsibility to stay on the right side of the conflicts rules. I'm asking the questions because for 6 out of the 7 of us, there will be complications that we need to understand so that we can comply with the rule.
Right.
And it appears that you're saying that the rule applies to all of us in exactly the same way. Is that correct?
I believe for the most part it does. However, as I said, there are certain exceptions in certain cases. For instance, sources of income from a bona fide business, private business. And as I think you're well aware, those are set out in regulation. And what I would want, just one point to add, that the final word on conflicts of interest, while I am always happy to advise, as are my colleagues from Department of Justice, please keep in mind that the final word is the FPPC. And they have a technical hotline number that they're happy to give technical advice, and that they're happy to give informal advice. You can also ask for written formal advice, which gives you immunity. And I think that that's important that you keep in mind, because as Richard points out, there are complications that with part-time members that multi-member boards and commissions, certain times they haven't anticipated all the ramifications of the membership. And it is important to keep in mind the FPPC is the final rule. So I will advise you to the best of my knowledge, and I will help work with you to initiate any kinds of advice that you need from the FPPC. But they are the ones that have the ultimate responsibility.
Chris, just to be explicit on this, when I go to China and give a presentation on molecular diagnostics to a group, and they put me up at the Four Seasons, and I get a gift, is that reportable?
I would think it would be. Why? Well, I think
it has absolutely no relationship to California or water.
And well, let me say this. again, as the FPPC is the final word on these things, I think that I would be happy to work with you because I know you raised some good issues. Honestly, I don't know why it doesn't sound like it would be the typical case of disclosure, but I know that in the past when I've talked to them about gifts, if you're an official that comes within their purview, it doesn't matter the source of the gift, the location of the gift. Once you're subject to the gift limitations, it applies uniformly. Having said that, you raise good hypotheticals, and I think
Can we
that
follow up on that?
I think that we can explore those.
Yep.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Gray.
As an elected official, I complete my conflict of interest forms.
Right.
Do I also do the same, complete a form for this position?
That's right. You have to complete a form for every position, and oftentimes what you can do is ensure that one form is broad enough to cover both positions, and what you would do is, if that's the case, fill out one original cover sheet for each of the positions and
Do I have
sign
to
it.
put the same information that I put on the elected official part?
I don't know what you have to do for the elected official, but I would, for this is the
basically
broadest disclosure category.
Yeah, this is what we do.
So I would assume that you're probably covered, and in that case, you would just take another cover sheet, do an original cover sheet for this new council, turn it in, and that should be enough.
And the specific will be on the initial one, as an elected official.
Well, you would have to attach the guts of
I see,
the other one.
Okay,
So
got it.
what I'm saying is you may not have to redo the whole thing. It may not be any different. If the disclosure category is broad enough, you can pretty much use one to cover both.
Okay.
But you still do, yes, have to turn in one for this new stewardship council. And I might add that the deadline, just to reiterate, was 30 days from the date you took the oath, which for most of you was the last meeting. Richard's was today.
Okay.
Could you tell me if my staff has turned in my form to you yet? Do you know? I think I had asked Elaine, and no one has told me yet.
I'll
so-
follow up and we'll get back to you, sure.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, Mr. Fiorini had moved earlier to initiate the rulemaking process, subject to the caveat raised by Mr. Johnston, that those sections not directly related to the people sitting at this table will be noted and presumptively removed from that list if there's a problem, or a status report within 2 weeks from today, no later than 2 weeks from today, on what you found out from that. We'll go ahead. Okay, any questions, discussion? Okay, call the roll.
Totally aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Bruce Collins, aye.
Okay. All right. Okay. I was about to say, since we had 30 minutes before our intended 4 p.m. adjournment, that I was going to give our lead scientist the opportunity to advance the schedule. Then I noticed you've got 2 items, including one that's an action item set for tomorrow. Cliff, it looks like you wouldn't be able to avoid us tomorrow anyway, and if we just did the first one, so if you don't mind waiting, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. All right, anyone in the audience like to speak to us on matters not on the agenda or otherwise of interest to you? Mr. Nelson. Members, Mr. Nelson spoke briefly before, but you will see a great deal of him in meetings representing NRDC, environmental community generally, and so fix him in your mind. He's got his fancy suit and tie on today. And
Thank you, Chairman Eisenberg, and members. It's a pleasure to be here today. Barry Nelson with the Natural Resources Defense Council. NRDC was very involved in the creation of the council, the passage of the legislation that created the council, and as Phil will tell you, we're very involved as well in the Delta Vision Task Force effort. We were strong participants in that effort and strongly supported the results of it, and I would like to just call to your attention that to an enormous extent, the package of policy legislation that was passed by the legislature really was an effort by the legislature to implement the recommendations that came from the Delta Vision Task Force. That task force was enormously effective in shaping the thinking of the legislature over the course of the last several years, and I'd like to thank Phil and the task force for their work. I would like to, if I could, take the liberty of offering some opening suggestions for the council, big picture suggestions that might help you think about your work, the task you're tackling the interrelated challenges in the Delta, physical stability, ecosystem health, a lot of critical local issues, as well as, frankly, an agency structure that's difficult to penetrate and not well coordinated. That's an enormous challenge. And if I could, I'd like to just offer 5 suggestions as you begin that work. The first is just an observation that although there was strong support for the creation of the council, the legislation that created this council was not supported in the Delta. Most Delta interests, the overwhelming majority of Delta interests, didn't support that legislation. And that presents a real challenge. You are writing a plan for the Delta, and the legislation gives you enormous scope of authority to consider issues that the Delta has a deep stake in, ecosystem restoration, recreation, economic development, and in particular flood management issues. These are issues that the Delta community cares deeply about. You have a lot of authority on those issues, and one of the opening suggestions I would make is that you pay particular attention to those issues and to opportunities to build your relationship with the Delta. That relationship is going to be critical. Developing support for the council and your plan is critical if your plan is to be fully and promptly implemented. One thought. Second thought is just science. You are the successor program to the CalFed Bay Delta program in many ways. And one of the areas where CalFed did excellent work that's often been overlooked is in the area of science. CalFed made a major investment in science, a strategic investment in science that really has paid off, and I think that's been recognized by a wide range of interests. Not all of the quality science has been done through the CalFed program, but over the course of the last decade, there's been a major investment in science in the Bay Delta estuary, and that has really been guiding a lot of key decisions and changing the way people think about the estuary. And that, I think, with your science program, is something that you should pay particular attention to. And I'll transition from that to another challenge. There are, to a certain extent, 2 parallel processes happening here. The Stewardship Council process, the Delta Plan process, and the BDCP process, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan process. And the legislation that created the council had direction for you with regard to your oversight for BDCP. It also had direction for BDCP regarding requirements that BDCP must meet that in turn have implications for the council. About a month ago, the legislature held a joint oversight oversight hearing to talk about implementation of the plan, implementation of the legislation with particular focus on BDCP. And it was clear that BDCP is still struggling with some of the direction that the council gave that process. That direction has implications directly and indirectly for the council. Managing that relationship, the council-BDCP relationship, is going to be, I think, a key challenge for you. Then my third thought. Fourth is financing. This is an issue that the legislature didn't succeed in wrestling with when they created the council. They didn't deal very much with how a Delta plan will be financed. There are a couple of bills in the legislature tackling that issue this year that we're active in and we hope will pass this year. This is one of the areas where CalFed didn't succeed in developing a broadly supported, effective financing plan. Tackling that issue is going to be critical. Financing is going to be a key to your success. A Delta plan without a realistic financing plan is a wish list, not a plan. And tackling that question is something that we're committed to working with you on, the legislature is very interested in, and it is a key to success, and we learned quite a bit from the CalFed program about, frankly, how to do it right and how not to. Final thought is just stepping back and looking at the big challenge that we're facing in the Delta. There are no silver bullet solutions in the Delta that we can decide this year construct next year, and in the third year, we've solved our problems. The challenges in the Delta are going to take quite a while to resolve. You're going to be working on an interim plan, but that interim plan could conceivably cover a couple of decades. It's going to take a substantial amount of time to move through what we think are phases in terms of improved management in the Delta. It's going to take time for that to roll out. As a society, we're not very good at maintaining focus and investment in a program that can take that long to implement. But that's the challenge we're facing in the Delta. There are no quick fixes there. And recognizing that challenge, recognizing that we're going to need to be thinking about phases in the Delta that might be a decade or two, quarter century long. Recognizing that challenge is essential to our success, because that's the horizon we need to think on in order to be successful. Those are big challenges, but we see them as a remarkable opportunity. The legislature has recognized the size of that challenge, building on the work of the task force, and I think positioned you folks well to tackle those issues. And it'll be a pleasure to work with you facing those challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Next speaker is Gilbert Cosio, MBK Engineers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman and members of the Council. My name is Gilbert Cosio. I'm the Vice President of MBK Engineers. We're a civil engineering firm here in Sacramento that specializes in water resources, water supply, water rights, water resource planning, and flood control. And my work is predominantly in flood control, where I'm the district engineer for 25 reclamation districts in the Delta, which is about 35-40% of all the districts in the Delta. Most of our districts are in the central and northern Delta. I'd like to address a couple of points made during agenda item number 3, the Delta briefing. I have about 10 here, so cut me off if I go too long. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm going to pick out some of the highlights, and I may have some more comments tomorrow after tomorrow's meeting, after the Delta Levy program ends.
And we welcome written comments either before or after a meting too, if you want to amplify any of these.
And another thing I wanted to offer is I'm willing to sit down with the council, either presenting here in another meeting or at some other briefing, and I'm sure some of my colleagues in the Delta would join in to kind of give you some information, because as Ms. Metters mentioned, there's a lot of data out there that's real data that isn't really coming to the forefront as some of these studies are being done. The past 26 years I've been involved in the Delta. I've been involved in several of those studies. I was on advisory committees for BDOC, BDAC, CalFed, BudPAC, and most recently I was on the steering committee for DREAMS and the Delta Vision Stakeholder Coordination Group. So we've been heavily involved, but it always seems like the final product never quite makes it clear some of the points we'd like to make. One thing I'd like to talk about is subsidence. Subsidence is not a significant stressor in the Delta as far as levees go. I told this to several people over the past couple of years. I remember sitting down with Ellen Hannock when she was doing her initial research for the PPIC and explained why it wasn't. I did not know at the time that the report I was criticizing, the Mount Twist report, was written by one of her authors, and as a result, my comments didn't make it into the report. And the reason it's not a stressor is because it's not occurring as much as people think. If you look at the data that's actually out there, not a little back-of-the-envelope calculation, the ground is not going down as fast as people think. In 2007, DWR did a LIDAR survey, which is an aerial survey to survey elevations in the Delta. We've taken that data, we've overlaid it on USGS quad sheets, which were produced from 1974 surveys, and much of the Delta hasn't subsided at all. I'd say right now, 95% of the Delta is not subsiding. And the 5% that is are predominantly those red marks that were shown on the slide earlier. The low areas are still subsiding. Another reason it's not a stressor on levees is that a lot of these subsidence areas are away from the levee, and there's a zone of influence for levee structural stability that only goes about 150 feet to 200 feet from the levee center line, even in the deepest peat areas. And so if something's subsiding 1,000 feet from the levee, it's not really impacting the levee structural stability. Another reason it's not a stressor is because if you look at reports like the DREAMS report, they took the elevations as they stood in 2005 and started dropping due to subsidence. What they didn't do was try to figure out when that subsidence stops, because it does stop, for a couple of reasons. One, at some point it's going to hit the groundwater table where farmers can no longer draw the water down far enough to keep it from staying wet. At that time, they'll stop farming it, and it'll stop subsiding. If you go down I-5, take a ride on Highway 12, as you go to the west side of Bolton Island, you can look to the north or south and see there's cornfields. In the middle of these cornfields, you see clumps of tules and willows. Those are the areas that have stopped subsiding. They've subsided to the point where we can't keep them dry enough to plant crops in. And the other thing that DREAMS didn't do, DREAMS put together 13 or 14 technical memoranda, and there are several instances where the people drafting the memoranda never compared notes. And I'll give you an example. Sacramento Bee had a story about subsidence, and it said by the year 2100, Empire Tract would be at elevation minus 30. Well, that's what the subsidence component technical memorandum of DREAMS said. If you look at the levee fragility technical memorandum, where they've got all the geotech borings, the bottom of the peat layer on Empire Tract is minus 25. It will never get to minus 30. And so that's the kind of stuff that's out there that isn't made clear to people that are reading these things. And so, if anything, if you want to do some science, I'd say look at some of the issues regarding subsidence. I've never seen a stability study, a technical study, that actually looks at where subsidence is occurring and how it's affecting levees. But I can tell you, just based on our experience, it's not happening out there in a significant amount. The question of priority came up. We've been working on levees quite a bit over the last 25 years, especially since 1988 when SB 34 passed. And because of the work we've done, these levees have been raised a significant amount. And so as a result, we really know how to fix the levee for flood control purposes. Because of the work that we've done since SB 34 was enacted, we've avoided floods in 1993, 95, 97, 98, and then in 2006. I don't know if you realize, but in 2006, the water surface in the Central Delta was the highest ever recorded at 7.2 feet above sea level. That's 0.2 of a foot below this 100-year flood elevation, so we were literally that far from the 100-year flood, and nothing happened in the Delta. We had one levee overtop, but we were able to put up sandbags and keep it from overtopping for very long. If there's one thing we know how to do, it's fix levees for flood control. Seismic's a little bit different. We've got to do some more study. We're working on that right now. But going back to priority, I agree with Randy that the emergency response is probably the top priority. But the second priority is working on the resistance to flooding due to floods versus earthquakes. Getting all dried here. We've got money from Prop 84 and Prop 1E. We could go out today and fix all these levees to standard, the Corps of Engineers PL 99 standard, with that money. And what that does, if you look at the DREAMS report, the risk due to flooding and the risk due to seismic are almost equal for all districts in the Delta. So if we can take care of the flooding portion, at least we've got half that risk taken care of. The seismic is going to take a couple of years, like I said, and a lot more money. But if we can go out today and start working, we can alleviate half the risk that DREAMS spelled out. In regard to levee failures, there was a slide, I think.
You are going to have to also do this in writing afterwards. Yeah. You talk some more, but I mean, the point is there are too many issues coming too fast to easily digest. So could you do me a favor, and however long you talk here, be sure to write it up and get it to us?
I will.
If you would, please.
I'll do one more, and then I'll let somebody else talk. There was a slide up there from 1980, the Holland Tract failure. And the comment was made that it was similar to Jones Tract in 2004, and that's not the case. Holland Tract was a levee that was facing Frank's Tract, which was flooded in 1938 and never reclaimed again. And what was happening in that situation, the middle of January, the winds from the north and the high tides combined to overtop the levee and start eroding it, and that's what failed. It wasn't a structural failure due to beaver dens or anything like that. It was a failure that was caused by a high wave and wind action. And I bring that up because those of us in the Delta, when we hear people talk about islands that you don't want to resuscitate or stranded investments for islands that will never be important, to us, every island's important. because something could happen like Frank's Tract, where once an island fails, the neighboring island is then going to have to face the forces that the wind are going to create going over that flooded island. So in our mind, even the minor islands that don't seem to protect a whole lot of assets or protect a lot of state improvements are important because the neighboring islands do. And I think that's a key to remember when you guys start coming up with your plan, because none of these other studies have done that. They tried to take it island by island. You know, how important is this one island? Well, just by itself, it may not be important, but to the neighboring islands and the rest of the delta, it certainly is. So that's kind of a key to remember. One last comment. We have done studies on sea level rise and seismic design, and we've done it through money funded the Delta Levees program that you'll hear about tomorrow. And so we are looking at that, and we found that both of them are doable, especially the sea level rise. It's because it happens so slowly. If we plan for it, we can keep up with it with the budgets that the districts operate under. And then seismic design, we're also looking at designs there, and we've come up with a design that's expensive, but not as expensive as some of the original estimates that were coming up in the Dreams report. So what I'm saying is that there's a lot of information that you guys have to look at, but I think there's developing information that we hope to get to you that you can incorporate into your evaluation as you come up with your plan.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency.
Melinda Terry. I am the manager for the North Delta Water Agency, but I also am the executive director for the California Central Valley Flood Control Association, representing more than 70 reclamation districts, cities, and counties with flood control responsibilities in the Central Valley. So I'll try to cover both. But first of all, I want to say Happy Earth Day to all of you. And my comments follow up a little bit on Gilbert's. You're obviously going to have a lot of acronyms thrown at you. You already have, and it will continue in this process. I'm going to throw out a new acronym, which is GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. And so this relates to item number 3 today, that it is really important that the information that comes in to the front end that's given to you be correct. Otherwise, the product that you come out with at the back end will be flawed. And we have seen that with other reports. And so it is important to correct the record on some of the levy instances. Just yesterday, there was an article on the Sacramento Bee, agriculture in the Delta is really great, except when they're flooded. I'm like, okay, how often really is that? I mean, most of their money, I was at a meeting last night for Grand Island. I mean, a third of their annual budget is, or monthly budget rather, is the energy cost for pumping it off. But the reality is the levees themselves are not collapsing. Our ecosystem is collapsing. Thanks to the Delta Levees program that has been in place that Gilbert talked about since 1988, the investments have, in fact, reduced the frequency of floods in the Delta, or the levee failures, rather. The floods come frequently, whether we want them to or not. The other thing is, again, it was in the article yesterday, is this multi-levee earthquake failure. Every levee certainly can fail. I mean, the best we can hope for, those of us that are protected by the levees, is that it reduces our risk of flooding. It doesn't completely eliminate it. No levee can do that. But the reality is there is not one levee failure on record that's been attributed to an earthquake, and we have had earthquakes. Not to say it can't happen, but again, these flood events do happen very frequently, and Gilbert mentioned some of our recent ones. I would like to agree with the chair about the legislation. You guys have so much to focus on with the Delta plan. I wouldn't bother trying to follow what they're doing. Let's stick to the plan, because that's the important part of what you are charged with doing. And finally, I guess really on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency a little bit, is what is your plan, or your process rather, for developing the plan? I'm kind of curious about how you are going to involve the public and the stakeholders. Are we going to have work groups? Are we just going to be able to comment for 3 minutes once a month? There's lots of topics that we think probably need to be included in your plan.
What's your preference?
I probably would like to participate in developing what the topics are going to be included in the plan, as well as then working on some work groups maybe to help develop those. Because coming once a month and having 3 minutes is really not the best forum to include the public. And I'll leave it at that for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to us? Okay. Hey, Mr. Grindstaff, I have one suggestion. I dislike this arrangement on the podium. This is unfriendly. Putting aside the screens, which are impossible for us to see, which we will fix by the next meeting, just a suggestion. Pull this table back. Pull the wings in a little bit so we can at least see each other during the meeting, so it looks like a meeting. Hank, your point, I think, is right. A meeting as opposed to a God knows what. God knows what. Let's fiddle around and try to do this. And my hunch is you're going to wind up, when putting a podium out there, it is awkward to turn sideways to look at the main speaker. We'll figure these things out. Okay, members, thank you very much for doing this. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I have some hopes, if we work really fast, we could wrap it up by noon, 12:30 tomorrow. That is not a promise or a guarantee, but it is a solid hope. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, Don. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. 1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. This is my Germanic side.
Is that when you get out at 4? Precisely?
Young lady, you're... Okay, ladies and gentlemen, meeting's called back to order. A quorum is present and noticed. Standing over on the podium is Terry McCullough, our engineer and grand wumpty-wump on the contracting selection process and chair of the staff committee doing this stuff. So let's go on. I am going to ask you to proceed now, if you would, please.
Okay. I think Joe had a few comments he wanted to make before I got started.
Oh, okay. Whatever you want.
Okay. Today, we're requesting some specific actions to move forward with the Delta
Could you
Plan
get closer to the microphone?
contract.
Raise it a bit. Raise the mic a bit.
They're going to tune it up.
And you are going to talk about what a crazy process this is and how sorry we are. And the process that we do for ourselves when we develop our own regulations will be open and transparent. So that's what Terry wanted to make sure I said. This is kind of a weird...
We inherited a process.
We inherited a process. In order to get it done quickly, we've had to do it. So we have strange things like saying Company A and Company B. It's not the way I've ever done business in public agencies before, not the way we intend to do business in the future.
Okay.
Yes, we're dealing with an interesting process, but it is getting us where we need to be. So, the requested actions we have today for the Delta Plan contract to be able to move forward, I'm just going to paraphrase them to start. On the last slide of this presentation is the specific language to be up there during your discussion. We're asking that the council concur